Rowan is here and Dr. Mackey is here, and we'll convene. I know Mr. Markham told me we had special guests, and of course we have already introduced them. The superintendent, would you like to make comments or any comments you have about? And now, because Mr. Markham said some of you had some comments you want to make to the board.
Well, you know, with this being a little bit more informal, really we just
It's a lot informal. Because the governor's not here and I happen to be in charge. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. Just wanted to make sure that if none of you had any questions, if you do, we'd be glad to answer those questions. Of course, if you think of any questions later, you're welcome to reach out to us and we'll answer those to the best of our ability.
I think we have questions, we'll formulate them and send them to Dr. Mackey, but we do appreciate your attendance and your support for this program and your innovation and initiative. But did you have any more comments to make to us other than?
I have one question.
Okay.
You have a question. I would not be surprised.
But I'm sure you would, none of you would mind, like when schools may contact us about wanting to know more about it, to whom, is there a spokesperson to whom we should send them?
They can contact Dr. Ewan
Okay.
or me, and you know, we always welcome schools or
There's a
school
lot of times
systems
they
to
just
come and
want-
visit our schools. So
That's right.
they're welcome. We can set up appointments for them to come visit. We'll be glad to let them meet with our teams, our students, our student council leaders, and to
They'd like
just show
to
a little
see
bit about the
some.
program to the schools.
Okay, that's all I
Absolutely.
just, thank you.
Are they all three in the same feeder pattern?
No, sir.
Okay.
Cordova Elementary, Wave, and Bankhead Middle School are in the same feeder pattern of Cordova. And then Dora High School, they're in the Dora feeder pattern. Yeah. But they're neighbors.
Yeah, they're all close. I've been to both a long time ago. I need to come back to Cordova because of the great math work and other stuff too, but a really good article on the work they're doing, I know.
Yeah, Bankhead Cordova, they sent a robotics team to the world competitions, and they competed against 28 other countries in robotics in Dallas, Texas this past spring. So they're doing a lot of great work. Yeah, so we're very proud of the competition.
You have a high flyer school too, don't you?
We do, Cordova Elementary. Yes, they're high flyer. Yes, we appreciate the press on AL.com about Cordova Elementary and being a high flyer school.
This is Ms. McRae's district, so I'm certain she's enthusiastic as always.
What is your total enrollment?
We have around 7,000 students,
Okay,
right around 7,000. Yes,
thank you.
sure do. We have 16 schools, and we have a 180 program. Some people call it an alternative school. And we have, of course, a center of technology, so 18 schools now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
So just to ensure you that our ESSER dollars are good at work here, that's how we have funded this journey, is we got together with our teams and talked about where we felt like we needed to be moving forward, and so we were able to write that in our ESSER plan, and so we used that for professional development, and that's how we've been able to fund this process. And we are moving on to level 2. We've had our first training in the summer, and then Dr. Phil Ward will be back with us at the end of this month to kind of be boots on the ground in the schools, working with different school faculties and actually our district. So we're really excited about that. That's all about the teaching and learning piece.
You had mentioned sort of a shout out to AMSTI, and I was curious about the relationship, how y'all work together to get this started.
AMSTOC, I guess they kind of were the group that kind of started the process, and I know ARI has come on board with that also, and so it was our in-service center that offered some PD, and so Steve Rowe, who was my partner at the time, the high school partner, he said, "Here, you want to watch this?" I said, "Sure, you know, I'm all about learning." And so when he came down and we started talking, and we were like, "Oh my gosh, this is great stuff. We've really got to look further into this." And so, and Sandy Ledwell, she has been such a great supporter and a cheerleader for us through this process that it's really amazing what the frameworks do.
I just so we could reach out to our AMSTIs and in-service centers as
You
well.
can, and then the two gentlemen back there might have, you know, something they would like to say about how you can contact
Contact
Before you all speak, I have one quick question. In order to get this recognition, I know there were a lot of schools involved. What was the actual final determination? Improvement with your data or what? Just so that I
It's
understand the
okay,
process.
it's safe and supported
The culture.
collaborative culture, okay? So that's
number
kind of that's the foundation. If you don't have that,
Mm-hmm,
nothing else can build on it.
Okay.
That's just your foundation piece.
right, okay,
And so they have leading and lagging indicators.
okay.
So it's kind of conditions. These are the conditions you must meet, and how you meet them is up to your individual school.
Okay.
So, lots of professional learning communities, making sure that you have very specific things in place, and you collect the data, and it is like what I said. I mean, oh yeah, we take teacher input. Well, it might be great and wonderful that we think that, but if your teachers don't think that and they're not agreeing with that, then your data is going to show it, because you must inspect what you expect in this program. It's all based on your data, confirming what you're doing.
Okay.
And so they all submitted videos, different document pieces through a Moodle platform.
Format. Mhm.
They have somebody that reviews it, just somebody that doesn't even know us, that reviews it, and then Dr. Warwick, I think he maybe followed up on the end of that part, and then he gave us,
Determined based upon the safe, that foundation.
Yes.
Okay,
and what else maybe we needed to have in place for evidence
okay.
that we are doing these things.
A lot of
Thank you.
accountability.
I
A
see
lot of
that,
accountability.
I see that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, and one good thing of people who's been in education a long time, Marzano has had a history of huge success. But as in anything, he sort of went away for a little while, and I'm so glad he's coming back, because that was a huge successful endeavor for us in the state of Alabama, bringing up our test scores. It was a good,
That's what I thought.
platform for us.
And I think somebody asked about AMSTI and ARI. He has been working with both of those groups for proficiency scales. So I know that I think ARI now has got those developed with Dr. Warwick and AMSTI. So those are great resources. If your schools don't know about that or are not utilizing those proficiency scales, they're awesome.
That's good to know.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And Dr. McCarty, I just wanted to say, to make sure, we always talk about all the pieces fitting together, and it isn't on top of, as your question was perfect, because proficiency scales is a piece of this umbrella, based on what the needs are, and that's when we looked at statewide needs, not all being the same thing. So with high reliability schools, you have leadership training that fits in there. You have the new art and science of teaching, which is also what A+, with their AP program, their training also, we've worked with them. So we're all trying to make sure that it all fits in, and so that it's not something else on top. And then the proficiency scales is your guaranteed and viable curriculum. So those are the three big areas that, as a state, we're trying to support based on needs. They just happened to, they crossed the finish line first. So,
And any school that's gone through A+ or laying the foundation or E3 training, as those teachers progress through year 1, year 2, and when they get into year 3, that's the Marzano piece. That's one thing that helped us not be so in the dark about what we were about to do, because we had gone through year 1, year 2, and several teachers at Bank had gone through year 3. So it wasn't something that we weren't already aware of. That was something good that we, needed to continue.
We were in the dark. So, so on a high school, it looks totally different. And I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen a framework like this. I agree with you completely about Marzano. On the high school level, it is all about collaboration amongst teachers, which is very difficult to arrange in a high school. If you've ever been a principal of a high school, it's really easy on the elementary level. And I won't say easy, it's just different. But it was the best thing that I've ever seen in my 33 years. I'm honored to be here. I'm honored to be a part of what happened at Dora High School. And this man next to me, who has taken on his own role as principal this year, was a great support. The best thing I heard Phil Warwick say that I listened to was, as the leader, to get out of the way. And so I had to learn how to get out of the way and let my team work, and I have a great team.
On behalf of the entire board, I thank you very much for your travels and your coming, and we recognize your significant efforts in achieving this great recognition. Thank you very much for coming. Each of you.
The CEO.
Jackie, did you have another person you wanted to?
These gentlemen, our CEOs from Solution Tree and our Vice President are here with us too. And just for this, gentlemen, anything? Thank you for the work. Thank you for the support of our schools.
Good morning, support the work with the schools we partner with. We're super proud of Walker and all that they've done. But I also want to mention that we do work in all 50 states. It's unusual that the State Department has such a vision for the state and connects things in a way that allows schools to blossom and bloom. So would be remiss not to mention Dr. Mackey's work, Dr. Davis's work, the whole team at the State Department, Dr. Ledwell, in her prior position now. We're about a day in the same. But all that alignment work allows schools to flourish, and you should all be proud, and at the State Department, the State Board of Ed as well, the work that you do to allow that to continue and to align all those goals. Listening to your discussions around college and career readiness and what you want to do for students in the future, I have no doubt that the sky's the limit given everything that you're putting in place, and we're super proud and happy to be a very small part of that in the state.
Thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much for coming.
And I
And
just,
sir, go ahead.
Dr.
Why don't you come up
Marzano
front?
on
I can't
Tuesday.
come up front so we can all see you. Sir, come up front.
And
You deserve to be seen, not
Is this up front enough?
That's up front enough.
I talked to Dr. Marzano on Tuesday, and he wanted to say congratulations, and your hard work was hard work, and he knows it and recognizes it, and he can't wait to certify you in level 2. Thank you very much for everything that you're supporting their work. Your children are going to benefit, your state will benefit from it. Thank you.
Thank you for
Dr.
coming.
Mackey, I want to give this to. So our slogan is Walker County Strong, hashtag Walker County Strong, check us out. I want to give you all a little bracelet with Walker County Strong in there, so you won't forget about us.
What is the mascot of Walker County?
We have 5 high schools, so that's a loaded question. We've got Blue Devils and Yellow Jackets and Bulldogs.
I just knew the Bulldogs, that's the only
And
one.
Wildcats.
Any of them playing each other tonight?
Yes, sir, they are.
Careful choosing the top.
That's right.
Stand right in the middle. Stand right in the middle.
That's it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Board, we have 2 options, and I'm not gonna determine that, but the first item on the agenda has a great deal of interest, and that, of course, is the assessment results, and you have a handout. The other consideration is the lunchroom closes at 1. So we can proceed with the agenda or take a break and return. So I'm the last person to impose my will on my colleagues, but I would invite the preference. None of you are bashful.
I'm excited about getting the assessment work in while we have lots of.
Can we do it in 1 hour, Dr. Mackey?
Well, if it closes at 1, just ask the ones that they can
Yeah, the ones that can't eat. There's
Well, I
only
mean-
one.
But there is, no offense, there are the food trucks out front today. It's Food Truck Thursday.
Yeah, they're good too.
Not that I would know that.
That's
but-
not the question. What do you want?
Discussion be done in 1 hour?
I doubt it.
Probably not.
It just depends
Is
on.
anything to be done in 30 minutes, maybe?
Is there anything else you've got there that can be done? All right.
Well, I mean, we can make anything as long or short discussion as you want to,
We
anything
have
on
to
here.
rush.
Let me go through what
Dr.
they
Mackey,
are.
I defer to you now.
Okay, well, so the accountability and assessment, that's obviously, y'all got those files, it's 3 million lines of data. So what's gonna happen is our team's gonna go through the highlights for the state data. And you have the individual school data, I know, but it's just hard to, it's really hard to digest that. So it's a kind of a long presentation, but it just depends on a little bit on the questions. The Literacy Task Force is a fairly short piece, just update. The question was, how's that task force determine those sort of things? Our special education services, so as you know, we've recently let several contracts because we're trying to increase the performance of special education students.
Let's start with
So,
Literacy Task Force then.
Dr. Chambers is going to be here to do that.
Is Literacy Task Force presenters here?
No, that's just something from me, Doc.
Oh, it just didn't have at it, sir.
It's just I'm not even sure that it's in here, to be honest with you, because I didn't think we'd get to it till after lunch.
Well, then you tell us.
So we can't do that one till after lunch. No, here, yeah. I'll have to do that one after lunch. But it's just an update. That will take 5 minutes on who's on it and who chooses whom on it. So it's up to y'all. If you want to, if you want to eat lunch first, it's fine. Our presenters are here. The other ones, we do have, I know we have some deans here today. We don't have any program reviews up, but I know they are all interested in an item that's further down, and that's of course where the number 4, the alternate teacher organization. So if you want to do anything before lunch, it might be to do that one. No, those deans.
I think they're nodding. Yes. So let's do 4. Good idea.
Yeah, Ms. Harris is here, so if you guys will good with the board, we'd be fine with
Before
that.
and then after that.
Okay.
Yes, good idea.
Ms. Harris and whoever's coming up to the table, if you'd join us. So she probably also thought, well, I thought I'd be a little later. So if you'll turn to item 4, what you see are in red, okay, are the changes that we've made since you last saw this, which in June. I remind you, we presented at the June board meeting a change. You also, I think you have, if you don't have it, we've made copies, and they're somewhere in here. A copy of, so this is, you take this packet, this is the law, because the reason we're on this is that the legislature passed a new act introducing alternate teacher organizations to offer certification pathways in the state. And we now are in the process of adopting rules to govern those pathways. Again, we went over the rules first in June. You voted in July to put it out for public comment. We received a lot of comments from the deans. We might have gotten other comments. All the comments I got were from the deans. And there were some very good ones. And so we made changes, and I'm not going to say that all of them are happy, that some of them all want further changes, but what I'd first like to do is kind of get Ms. Harris to explain where we are, the changes we've made, and I don't propose, Dr. Reynolds, will be up to you, but you've got some deans here who may also want to say some input. We do not have to vote on this next month. We are under a little bit under, because the legislature passed a new act, and right now we don't have any rules to govern those outside organizations. So by spring, we want to be able to publish some rules that those organizations will know what the guidelines are for them.
Dr. Mackey, I would like to comment that since we're revising this and it's out for review now, that we extend that review period to not be considered until November.
Okay.
Without objection of the board, we will just be taking this as a revision to our proposal. It is a revision to our proposal.
Right.
So since it's a revision to our proposal, we will extend that comment period and not vote on the revision until November. Is that my understanding of what you're proposing to do?
Well,
What do you suggest?
I suggest that let's get through today's presentation, and if everybody's in agreement with that, I'm fine with that.
I'm not
But
in
let's
agreement
get through
with proceeding before. You said the deans may have some more comments, other people may have some more comments, and I want adequate opportunity.
And
That's
there's
what I'm
some
saying.
here today that I'm sure would be happy to.
I don't
They're
have
not
any
the only one to
opposition to waiting
comment.
till
There's a community,
Yeah.
not just the deans. I
Yes.
respect the deans, and I also respect the communities and the school systems who are. involved in these teachers.
Yeah.
So with the understanding that we will not vote on the code change until November, let's proceed.
All right, well, as Dr. Mackey has mentioned, these changes or these proposals came about because there was a legislative change this past session, which indicated that we must provide an opportunity for outside organizations to prepare teachers in the state. They gave basic guidelines that should be followed, but then additionally gave flexibility or autonomy to the board to come up with additional requirements as well. As we presented those rules, as Dr. Mackey indicated, we received feedback from numerous deans, and so that's why we removed it from the agenda for this month for a vote and brought it back to the work session again for this month for discussion. We basically changed some verbiage in the document that you have before you to make it clear that this is not a program as someone completing an entire degree program at an institution. So this is just a pathway to attain certification for individuals who already hold at least a bachelor's degree. So they're not completing a program, they're not earning a degree, they already have a bachelor's degree. We would require that they have all these same assessments that an individual completing a program would have to pass. Some of the feedback from the institutions dealt with the difference in the faculty standards that they're required to meet, but as I said, the faculty standards are there for programs because they're earning a degree, not doing just a certification pathway. Other items that were brought to our attention were the fact that CAPE is required for the institutions, and here there seems to be the appearance that there's an either. But for the institutions, the CAPE portion is there because of the Literacy Act. And so that is a requirement here in this rule as well. If you choose, the organization chooses to prepare teachers for grades early childhood K-6 or collaborative K-6, then the CAPE requirement is required for them as well. There was one more thing, CAPE, faculty requirements, those, and the CHIP process, the fact that that is required, both of them are required for the institutions. So we are looking at the CHIP process in its entirety and looking to do some reviews to that process. I would be the first to say that we have to look at that to make some adjustments there. But those were the main things that the institutions brought to our attention. There was some other feedback that we received from one institution who asked if it was possible for us to have a 2 to 3 year sunset date, or to go back and reevaluate this and the status of the teacher shortage in a couple of years to see if this is something that's still needed. So.
And also, Siobhan, if I may add, one great opportunity that we gathered from the feedback is that this opportunity would be available for colleges and universities as well to participate and go through the alternative certification approach. So that was added to the code as well.
So just to clarify what Ms. Martin said, so this same pathway, the colleges would be able to create their own pathway for these same individuals. If someone has a bachelor's degree, meets the minimum GPA requirements, the assessment requirements, they can offer this alternate pathway as well. So that's available for them also.
That's the rationale behind replacing the program.
Yes, that is the rationale. Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Do you think this will impact the number of students that will go through the traditional program? My concern, if we are trying to certify teachers, then we should be held to the same standards. The alternative teacher preparation organization should be held to the same standards as the traditional university.
Here's the thing is that we rarely receive recommendations for students or for individuals who go back after they've earned a bachelor's degree to complete a bachelor's preparation program. They're either doing the, one of our already provisional routes that we have, or they'll seek to do the alternative master's route. Now, I do feel like there may be a few that won't choose to do the alternative masters initially, but a lot of them will still choose that option because you get additional pay, you get higher pay once you've completed that master's program. So there may be some, I can't predict how many, but there may be a few.
But don't you think they should be required to meet both CHIP and CAPE standards? I mean, it just seems like instead of us working collaboratively, now we're competing. And so we need to really, I mean, what's the harm in having the same criteria for both?
If I may jump in, I'm sorry.
No.
Just,
What I was,
yeah, go ahead. You want me to answer?
Dr. Chestnut,
No, I'm-
Dr.
no, I was gonna say,
What?
that's okay.
I recognize her
That's
first.
okay. Okay, in line with that, when you were saying they had to have the same requirements, how does that tie in? I know you said the passage of the praxis and all that. With Ed TPA, are they gonna have to?
They'll have the same requirements. So a couple of months ago when the board passed the resolution for the assessment changes that we have there, so they will still be required to have the pedagogy assessment at the end of the process as well.
Okay.
Yes.
Because my thing is, we're holding the EPPs to a certain standard, and they should be held to the same one. Okay.
Dr. Mackey.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir. So the accreditation part that Dr. Chestnut brought up is one of the kind of sticking points. And so the issue is here, we're holding them to the same standard. If they prepare children, or excuse me, not children, if they prepare teachers for children who are going to do reading, if they prepare teachers who are going to go into elementary or early childhood and teach reading, they do have to be CAPE accredited because that's in the Literacy Act. The difference is that most of those alternate programs are not interested in elementary programs. They're taking a retired engineer and saying, I'm going to get you to be where you can teach high school math or science. So they're not really, if they do elementary, they do have to be CAPE accredited because that's in the law. But most of them are not going to do elementary. At this point, we don't know any of them that are interested in doing elementary. They want to do those high school subject-specific areas. And we don't have a rule, you as a board don't have a rule that the colleges have to be CAPE accredited if they don't do elementary and early childhood. That is only because the Literacy Act requires that if you prepare teachers of reading, you have to be CAPE accredited. So in theory, none of the deans are going to probably do this. If they were to say, well, we don't want to do elementary teachers anymore, we're going to prepare high school teachers, then they wouldn't have to be CAPE accredited. But the rub is that our colleges want to be broad and have as many areas as possible, and these alternate organizations don't. Their MO, if you will, is how can we be really targeted. So not arguing the point, I just want to clarify that's the difference.
So with that being said, then it wouldn't be any harm to include the language that they have to meet the same standards. That includes CHIP and CAPE since they're not interested.
They're not interested in doing elementary. So if you say that you're going to require all the alternate organizations to be CAPE accredited, it raises the standard for them above what we have for our colleges of ed now, which we only require CAPE accreditation if they're preparing teachers of children for reading grades K through 3. All of our programs do, so it's kind of a moot point. We could do that. Y'all could do that and require them to be CAPE accredited, but it is that's why. It's because they would have to if they ought to do elementary.
Dr. Mackey, if I could say something, I went
So
back and a dean pointed this out to me, so I brought my well-read Literacy Act, once again. And it's every time I read it, I learn something, you know, so it's just, never ceases to amaze me. But on page 29, on the version I have, and it may be, you know, that there's a more recent version that has changed this, but Part B says, all teacher preparation programs authorized to prepare students for state licensure shall seek accreditation by the council or association for their accreditation and education preparation. Is that Kate?
Yes.
Okay, so it doesn't say just for reading, right? It doesn't say just for elementary. It says all teacher preparation programs authorized to prepare students for state licensure. Now, it may be that somewhere in a back place, you know, on a previous page, that it says just for elementary, just for primary students. But the way I read the law, it's for everybody.
Because it is in the Literacy Act, which specifically addresses that, is that it pertains to those grade levels that prepare those at those grade levels.
But with that being said, then it wouldn't cause any harm to just put the blanket statement that they will be required to meet the same standards as the traditional program.
If the board chooses, it would not cause harm.
That's important, because you're leaving it open, you know, as if they may. Well, no, if you decide to, you will be held to the same standards. Right, and so there's no harm in, I think we need to do that.
Let's please recognize the person speaking so she can continue. I'm sorry, ma'am.
Well, and do I understand also that, I think you said Ed TPA would be required for those? And then also, if they chose to do elementary ed, primary ed, foundations of reading tests would be required as well. And then in the law, and thank you, Jessica, for giving us a copy of the law, meet the requirements of the Alabama Educator Certification Assessment Program as set forth by the state board. So this is what we're talking about right this minute, is that correct?
That includes the practice subject assessment, the foundations of reading if required, and the pedagogy assessment.
Okay.
And Ed TPA.
Right.
Yes,
So all of that is
okay. On the resolution that was passed a couple of months ago with the testing requirements, this would be considered an alternate route. So if they complete the alternate route in less than 3 years, then the Ed TPA is required. If they do the entire 3 years on the alternate route, then the other pedagogy assessment, which is Principles of Learning and Teaching assessment, is required. But yes, so that's why I keep referencing pedagogy instead of just Ed TPA.
Dr. Mackey, the legislature passed an act, we're actually reacting to what the legislature did. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So help me to understand what the thought process, since you're the only one, according to what I understand, most are able to interpret what the legislature meant when they passed it. What was their atmosphere or intent when they discussed passing this law to guide us or direct us as a state board on how to act in these instances?
Well,
I haven't talked to them about it, it just passed.
yeah, well, I mean, the original proposals went around the state board, and the legislature proposed just authorizing outside organizations with no input from the board.
Right.
We pushed really hard for the board to be able to write rules for the organization.
So why did they want to go around this then? I mean, I don't know, what did they express to you? I don't know their mental, as a judge once told me, their uncommunicated mental processes being their thoughts.
Yeah, I can't say why.
Dr. Mackey, if I could, I think what,
You were there,
Siobhan, yeah, what Siobhan started out with saying is what this is really about. An educator preparation program, our traditional programs, they give actual degrees in teaching. Like, that's the highest of the highest. Your degree says you have this diploma in knowing how to teach, whatever that might be. These programs aren't doing that. These programs do not issue a diploma that says you have the highest certification that's out there. These programs take people who have degrees in various other things, and they provide a different training to prepare them to teach. So it's two completely separate things. Like an educator prep program issues a degree in teaching. These programs take students who have a degree and provide a training to get them to the classroom. So it's different. You can't say that it's apples to apples. And that's where a lot of the confusion, I think, has been occurring on like these alternate programs. Yes, the word program's in there, but it's not what we call a program in all of our rules and all of our things. We want as many of the placements, as many of the things the board has in place to ensure quality, like the educator assessment. You know, when you complete any training to go into the classroom, we want to apply those quality measures the same way to these alternate pathways. But it's really impossible to say, that these programs, you're going to go in and you're going to investigate your faculty the same way you investigate faculty at somewhere else, because the faculty at all these programs isn't run like an educator prep program. They may actually, I don't know this, but they could have online modules that teach you certain things about things. And I don't have any clue. They're all different. Some of them do hold CAPE certification, so that might be a different program than some of the others. But I know the legislature said because of our shortage, we don't want to exclude these pathways in Alabama. So it's going to take us some kinks to work out the real way, but it is not a direct competition for an educator prep program. And Siobhan said it great when she said, we have almost 0 applicants that come to us who had previously held a bachelor's degree, not in teaching, and then they went back to an ed prep program to get another bachelor's degree in teaching. So like we have 0 people that they already got their college degree. They're not going to go back to an educator prep program to do that. They're looking for something else. So that's where an alternate pathway might come in.
And Jessica, just to add a little bit to that with Dr. Chestnut's question, it was about, I think the big conversation is about CAPE and CHIP being required. Looking at page 2 of the proposal, and if you look at B, it says that the organization must successfully complete the ALSDE's pathway review process. Currently, our review process is the CHIP, but the reason that's in there the way it is, we are having deep conversations about reviewing and shortening our CHIP process to the point that we have meetings scheduled with CAPE to talk about how modified can that review process be. So it's not that they will not have a state review process, they will still have a state review process. But if we can get approval to make certain changes, and then we'll present it to Dr. Mackey and the board of what that can look like, that's why we didn't want to just spell out CHIP there. There still will be that review process, which will be a state level review process. Currently, it is the CHIP. But when I think Siobhan took her seat and I took my seat, I think emails were sitting somewhere waiting to be sent to me to say, blow up or let's modify CHIP. I'm just going to be honest. And they just start coming in. So we got surveys to our deans, and a lot of those were, how can we modify and streamline our CHIP process to be more in line with CAPE and not have certain other components. So we're engaging in those, and we have that meeting set up with CAPE to talk about how we can remove certain things from the CHIP and even turn it into more of a checklist. So I think we still have that quality measure there with us having an approval process, but we just didn't want to say CHIP in case that may not be the name track.
So am I hearing you say that when you recreate a new whatever it's going to be, then those same requirements will be applicable to both the alternative teacher preparation organizations and the traditional programs. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Exactly, but what we want to do is to make certain that we have it in line with what that pathway requirement. For instance, if there's something in there on faculty requirements and it's not applicable for the organization, why would it need to be on the pathway for that? But all of the quality measures, we want to make certain that they are present.
I guess my concern, I just want to make sure that it aligns for both.
Yes, ma'am, definitely.
That you're not having two sets of standards for one group over another, otherwise we're competing.
Yes, ma'am, definitely.
So I'm hearing you say it's going to be the same, and we'll include that language.
Yes, and that same can be loaded, because if they're not preparing them for what the preparation program is doing to get their complete degree, if they're not addressing those matters, it wouldn't be on their checklist. But what they're accountable for in issuing that certificate, all of those things would be consistent with what the college would be doing.
I recognize myself. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
The same pathway in regards to the alternative prep will be identical for both the traditional and these external.
For certification issuance, yes, ma'am.
And that's gonna be written in there.
If it's not written in this proposal, it's not written in.
Yeah.
I'll recognize myself for a moment. We've dealt with teacher certification on a number of different issues several times. Praxis. We recently dealt with the concept of student teaching at the same time your substitutes. And the overriding issue that seems to be in the public domain is the cost of public education per semester, and the fact that teachers who student teach still pay the same tuition. And I've received some impassioned pleas from a number of deans, but I also know that some tuitions are $6,000 a semester. And perhaps the enticement, and I don't know what motivates the legislature, but I know legislatures have told me if we, the state board, don't act, they'll take it in our place. They'll do it instead of us. And so perhaps there's a cost factor. Not to use an Alabama term, the 500-pound gorilla or elephant in the room is what are these people going to charge versus what our post-secondary institutions charge to get the same credential to be a teacher. So perhaps the deans, when they bring to us their concerns, they might want to take back to their institutions the fact that some of our teachers pay a very large amount of money to do the same things that these institutions may undercut them. Because in a free market economy, if there's a vacuum, it'll be filled. And I have some information that I won't profess to be true, that some of these other institutions are coming in here because of the high cost of public education. And I saw a recent article about what Alabama and Auburn now are charging in tuition. And that's a reality. No matter what rules you're paying, you'll lose if your costs are still high. And I know that's a reality. And I'd like for anybody to comment, including the deans. I've gotten a number of comments about that reality of what advantage these institutions can offer that they can't, especially relating to cost, because you don't necessarily control the cost that your institution charges, but the student has to pay.
Let me ask you this question.
Now, you're putting the question not to me, but to the body.
Well, I know that I have had some student teachers in my district who were paid while they were doing their student teaching. Then I've had others, of course, who were not. So how is that decided?
I'm not a dean. I'm just an elected school board member.
It's a district decision. Districts can, now there's some stipulations to that. So they can, Ms. Harris will save me, but they essentially, if they put a student teacher, if they have a shortage, and they want to take who would be a traditional student teacher and put them in their own classroom, they can pay that person. Some pay them sub rate, some pay them a full teacher rate, I think. But it's a district decision, and the district comes up with the money. We don't reimburse that cost.
But the school system, the secondary, the college has to understand that student is in a classroom without a supervising teacher?
Yes.
Correct.
And we permit that from a board policy?
They have a supervisor, but they're not in the room at the same time, yes.
I mean, I could be here and say I'm supervising in Athens, and that's a theoretical but not a practical implication. But under our procedures, we discussed that, and I never understood that from our certification level, we permit a situation where a student teacher can be in a classroom alone without the attending teacher there, and that's considered an appropriate and functional student teaching position.
They can do that, yes.
I'd like comments from the deans.
And not all, I will say not all institutions do that. It's
Who
left
does?
up.
Tell me who does.
I didn't bring the list
I mean,
with me,
the deans
but-
are here.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I said, this is a good question. The deans are participating, we waited for them.
That's
We
more
have
the
them here.
exception than the rule.
Who, huh?
That's more the exception than the rule.
Right.
When you're in a
Well, I don't know, that's why I'm trying to ask about.
It's an exception, I don't
It's an
think.
Yeah,
exception.
there are several that do not, like I said, allow
None of
that
them here
practice.
So that's an agreement with the local school system.
It's an agreement between the school system as well as the college. And the college, the memo that we sent out, the college has to determine whether or not this is something they even want to allow their interns to participate in. And whether or not, we know that to make sure that the intern is one that they feel is prepared to take on that role and responsibility. So there are a lot of things in place. A lot of supports in place for the institutions that do allow that, but it is not, for the majority of the institutions, they have not chosen to allow that practice.
But our program, the State Board of Education, offers no advice, guidance, or regulations
We do not.
regarding that stipulation.
We do not.
Should we?
No.
Should we? Do you think we should?
No.
I know our attorney doesn't.
I will say that the state board makes the decision, not that.
I guess the board will have to decide.
Yes.
No, not all, and I know it's apples and oranges, but it's similar, but there are a lot of internships or residencies that are done where the resident in whatever, could be medical, whatever, but they're paid, but then there are other programs where they're not paid and they have to pay tuition. So I don't know how you uniform that. I mean, if it's a local system that wants to do it, I'd like to know, because the list, I imagine, is pretty short.
It is, but I can provide that to Dr. Mackey for the board.
And in conjunction with that, residencies usually have some supervising program.
Well,
They may be compensated, but they're at a higher level of duty.
well, and I know too that they probably have been through they have been through a medical program, but there are all sorts of internships and residencies, whether it's an engineer or someone in a medical field, but not all of them pay, but the option is there and the program is different. I think that we have to look at the specific program and see why they do it. I imagine it's an area where they need
I would say
some extra help, and they probably, as you've already pointed out, have screened them to the point where they feel somewhat comfortable.
Let's hope.
I'm just guessing, but I think that I would like to have more information, and even a list of where that's happening, because I haven't heard about it happening. I would like to know more.
Okay.
That's a
But I
good
figured
suggestion.
you would be the resource.
I've got one more question.
Sure.
Teach for America. Is that widely used in Alabama?
Yes, we utilize a lot of Teach for America teachers. And basically Teach for America does the recruiting for the school systems. and they utilize one of our alternate paths that we already have in place to gain certification. So it's not a certification pathway, it's really recruiting for those hard to staff schools.
So the school system works with Teach for
for
America
Mhm.
to recruit students
Yes,
for their schools?
yes.
Okay, thank you. If I could have a number,
Sure.
I'd love to know how many we have across the state and where they are.
Okay.
And the requirements. So we already know.
Thank you.
Do those
Clarify.
requirements align with what we're talking about here?
They're no different.
Do we have
It's
some-
different, it's
Yeah,
different.
Teach
I
for
mean, it's
America
related,
is-
but different.
Right, Teach
It's
for
different.
America, they do recruiting.
Yes.
They don't do any of the certification or licensure. We still handle all of that. So any pathway that they use is one that's already a board approved pathway.
When Ms. Bell was request some information, she's got
Yes.
information, we'll get that subsequent to our meeting. Is there any other
So
comments?
before we move on, I want to make sure I'm clear. Am I hearing you say that the alternative teacher preparation organizations will be held to the same standards as the traditional programs? That's what I'm hearing you say.
I'm gonna allow Ms. Martin to.
It says that in B, doesn't it? Is that B?
That's what's the ALSDE review process that will be created, but we're gonna make certain, we're saying for certification. We can't say for program completion, because they're not completing a program. It's for the pathway leading to certification. So whatever the university is required for certification, that's what we're aligning that process to. And that's what B speaks to. And we are reviewing the CHIP. That's the only reason CHIP was actually removed from there, is because we are taking it through a complete review process. So whatever that certification requirement is going to be for the universities for their certification, we want it to be that way for the organization.
And that will be added.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Wait a minute, time out. Now, are we adding something to this proposal? Are we modifying this proposal as we go forward for adoption of the code, or are we not? Because to clarify what I understand, Dr. Chestnut, if it's not written in what we propose, it's not proposed. So if you're suggesting that it be modified and then brought back next month to discuss before we move it forward, we can't move something forward with the assumption that it'll be changed. Dr. Mackey, clarify my position. I'm not certain I understand.
Well,
Dr. Chestnut said, is this involved? It's not written, so how can we assume that it's involved? Included.
We'll write the language out.
We can clarify.
So it'll be modified. This language is gonna be
And bring it
modified.
back to you next month.
So it'll be brought back next month pursuant to Dr. Chestnut's request. Is that all right? Is that everybody's understanding?
Yes.
We are now in recess for lunch until 1:30.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank
Thank you.
I don't think that's a good job.
Ms. Tracy.
You- Grateful for the time we had, and I will use discretion to let Ms. Cersei talk to us next, because I know how long, I know she's got a lot of work to do on the charter schools follow-up.
So we're gonna go do D.
We're going to D, charter schools. Ms. Cersei's been here patient, she shouldn't have a very long report, she has a new member now we approved this morning.
Yes, sir, we do,
We-
from Madison City,
Yeah, we didn't approve, we appointed, that, thank you for the correction.
that's right. So I'm here to answer any questions that you might have about the charter school situation. I know that we had quite a lot to absorb from the board retreat, so I wanted to know if there were any follow-up questions that you might have. And to tell you that the resolution was passed for the Barnabas School of Leadership in Dothan. That's the newest update I have. I also wanted to tell you that their next meeting is October the 18th in this room.
So they're gonna meet publicly again, thank
Yes,
you very
they're
much.
taking some great advice that they got. And so they're going to meet here, and they will still offer it by Zoom. It will be October the 18th at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Can I ask a personal privilege? I know they put it on their website. And since we're the appointing authority, would it be an imposition to send us their agenda?
I would love to do that.
I know that before they said if you want to know it, look it on the website, but
No, as a matter of fact, I can just regularly send you when they have the meetings and what their agenda might be, if that would be.
that would be, I would appreciate that personally very much.
Yes, I will do that. And on the agenda, just so you'll know, on the agenda this week is University Charter Schools renewal. This is, they're going in, they're in their 5th year, which means the renewal process begins at the beginning of their 5th year. So if it were to be a school that would close, that would give the time for the appeal process and any legal matters to be attended to during that 5th year. I don't anticipate that to happen. I don't know what will happen, but I don't anticipate that to happen. University Charter School, they've had some success.
They're located where?
They're located in Livingston, Alabama.
Okay, I don't always know what that means. Okay.
Well, Livingston is.
I know where Livingston
Yeah,
is.
University of West Alabama.
Okay.
And so they've done well. I think they're a shining star for the charter schools.
Great. I also have had some questions about the cost per student in charter schools versus other schools. And I know there have been many questions about equity funding and equity opportunities. And since you oversee that program, can you help us with that?
There's no cost difference per student. They get the same state allocated per student funds as any other school in the state of
But
Alabama.
they do raise local money.
They can raise pledges.
Maybe I should say expenditure per student, perhaps.
I don't think
I don't
it's
know
any
if that's
different.
relevant.
Right, I don't think it's any different than any other traditional school, other than the fact that they are both a district and a school.
So do they have overhead, like if you have, for example, if you have 400 students, and some of them have the equivalent of a superintendent and the equivalent of principal, does that sometimes happen? I don't know, I'm just asking, I wish I knew the answer.
So yes, in their growth, that is what is occurring. So when they submit their application, they may say they're going to be a kindergarten through 12th grade, but when they open, they're only kindergarten through 5th. So their plan is for each year to grow by a grade. So what happens is that when they get to that middle school age, they're getting enough students to need an additional principal. And then at some point, it's almost as if they have 2 different schools. But it's because of their growth. So the commission has approved their grade expansion from the beginning, but then as they grow, it becomes essentially a middle school, which might be in a different location.
Are they subject to the regulations, the administrative code that other schools are?
Well, I think
So we're
that
discussing a lot of changes in the administrative code, so I don't know.
it depends. I know that doesn't sound like a straightforward answer, but it does depend. They are subject to the Literacy Act.
The Numeracy Act?
And the Numeracy Act. Because when recent legislation, the way that it has been interpreted in recent legislation is that if it says public schools, it is including charters. So they are not being omitted from the requirements of those things. So in that degree, yes, in a sense. Because we are requiring they and plus a lot of these things are funding factors. So if it's particularly if it's any kind of federal dollars, certainly they're going to have to abide by the same rules and regulations.
The regulations we adopted concerning certain teachings and instructional programs in the schools.
Well, that's always a legal question, and one I always refer to the commission's attorney and or our attorney, because I am not a lawyer, although I would say sometimes I think I am. But
we could ask him to determine that too. Mrs.
Yes.
Swan, are you awake?
Sorry?
Apparently not.
Listening to this interesting discussion. Yes,
I
sir.
said, the charter schools.
I'll leave that over there.
I was
I
asking.
to Logan all the time.
Yeah.
Well,
charter
I'm
schools,
certain,
what?
she's a delightful person to speak to, and I've found out we know a lot of common people, so I've got to be careful. But charter schools are subject to administrative code as other schools, yes or no, and to which ones are they exempt?
Well, usually the kind of the general answer is health and safety. Is going to be they're required to comply with all the health and safety rules, and that's just generally speaking versus going through each line of the administrative code.
Like the ones we've adopted recently?
Related to which ones are you talking about recently adopted? Like for today?
Well, like the ones you voted on this morning, they would be subject to. Teacher certification rules, they are not subject to because their teachers don't have to be certified.
That's right.
So it depends. But like the two you adopted this morning on mental health services and the counseling, they are subject to those, right?
That's right. The charter school law says that they have to abide by all safety and health regulations. So they certainly would. As far as the certification, then
But I'm making instruction that would engage grades K through 5 that's appropriate. We adopted administrative code on that.
on the instructions. So their take on it, their school design has been to follow. Sometimes it's not so much that they have to, but they are choosing to because they also want to do well and perform well on the statewide assessments and any other requirements that we have. So I don't know any charter schools that are not trying to follow the same rules and regulations as all other charter schools, particularly in terms of instruction. They're all participating in ARI, they're participating in ANSTI, they appreciate all of the services they get from the department. It may be not a matter of they have to, but they're choosing to.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Other questions?
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Dr. McCarty had no question. Thank you very much. And now, Dr. Mackey, you determine the order from now on.
Oh, well, I would go to court with Logan as my attorney, I can tell you. Especially on charter school stuff, that she doesn't understand. Well, I'm fine with us going back to assessment, if y'all want to. We just go back to the top. Those folks are here. We do have guests who have flown in from all over the country with us for this discussion, so I don't know if any of them have flights out this afternoon. So if y'all are okay with that, I'd say let's go back to A. And Ms. Martin, I don't know who's coming to the table, but if you look under tab 1, you have what appears to be a pretty long PowerPoint, but it's got really good information. As I mentioned, that was 3 million lines of data that we shared with you yesterday. There's just no way to digest it without a program to kind of pull these things together. So.
Yes, sir. The individuals that will be speaking, excuse me, on the topic of assessments and accountability will be Shanthia Washington, Paul Bonner, and Maggie Higgs. And the way we have it defined in your handouts, we're going to have the assessment overview first, and then Paul Bonner is going to come and talk about the dual accountability system with our A through F grading system in comparison to our federal accountability system with that data and what they're going to look like, because we will have 2 reporting mechanisms going forward based on the new law that was passed this last legislative session. You guys will come up.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
It is our pleasure to come before you this afternoon. And we have, first going up is, I think we need some more later, thank you. I think it's good. First going up, we have Maggie Hicks. Well, I have I'll say this first of all, I have a star team of individuals that I work with, and we do try our best to work as a team collaboratively to ensure that we have awesome student outcomes. This is the time of year that we kind of definitely all work as a team because it is time for data for the state overall. Our desire is to, and we try to encourage each and every single LPA in school across the state of Alabama to not choose just this time of year to look at data, because data should be viewed all throughout the year to ensure that we can see the progress that students are making, and also to make certain that we are taking care of any of the needs that students may have, along with the needs of the teachers as well. So today's assessment presentation, we want to keep in mind that it is at the moment when that assessment is given, what is happening for those individual students. With that being said, we're not going to prolong the time because we do have quite a bit of information we'd like to share. So starting out with this particular presentation is Maggie Hicks, who is the coordinator of student assessment, and along with us, as Dr. Mackey has stated, she has a star team of individuals that work with us as partners, and we could not do this work. And I repeat again, we could not do this work that we do without this star team. So I'm going to allow Maggie to introduce the star team that's behind us here today. And we do appreciate them coming from all across the U.S. to be here with us today for our students.
Thank you so much. So with us from DRC with the summative and alternate are Ms. Ann Payne. She is our program manager, senior director of state programs. Dr. Rick McCardo, you've heard from him, the senior director, and Dr. Mark Julian, who is also, he may speak today, he has in the past. Also from the National Center for Assessment, who is our TAC facilitator, is Dr. Wanda Brought, he's a senior associate. And then from ACT, I have Mr. Andrew Joplin, he's a senior program director for state and federal programs. So if you have any questions for any of those folks, they're here to answer those. And I think you all may have a few questions. Yes.
So at this time, I'm going to give up my seat and sit right there and allow one and Rick, the one that's going to be speaking for DRC, let them come up at this time.
Right. Okay, and as they come, what I did also is I know that you have the overall PowerPoint, but Rick is going to walk through what we call a psychometric PowerPoint that I've placed in your folder as well. Also, I've given you a little bit of data by your district because we had not passed that on to ACT, and I think also the summative by your district. And I think so far that we've given you that, and of course the data is going to go live this afternoon at 3 o'clock. Also within your folder, I've given you the participation for this year. Even though we're going to go over that in a few slides, the slides that we talk about a little bit later are going to be the overall participation for all grades, all students. But then what I gave you is just like a little one-pager that talks about the participation for each one of the assessments. And we can see that we are up from last year. Just briefly looking at ACT, we were roughly around 90 or 92% last year compared to this year where we're at 93 to 90, so if we rounded up 96%. Then for the summative, we were around 93, 94% last year. And so we see that we're topping that almost at 99% for the summative. And then looking at the alternate, we were around 86, 88% last year. This year, we're hitting it at 93, 94% participation. So that is a lot of great numbers for us to look at in participation numbers. And I know we know that last year COVID still had its effects on our students being remote, and some of them couldn't come into the school during testing, or they were quarantined or something to that effect. But now we see that we're starting to see that again. So again, also I put the proficiency rates. It's not by district, it's particularly in the participation. We're going to see a little bit about that today on the slide deck, but I just sort of printed it out for you. And again, if there's a data PowerPoint that we go over that we haven't provided to you all, just let us know and we'll get that to you. Again, I have a one-pager. The one-pager that you have is what Juan and Rick are going to go over. They just sort of condensed it into a one page. And then, of course, the PowerPoint that Rick will go over. Okay? So, let's look at our data. Okay. So, and I know that you probably have a slide that talks about all of our assessment. It specifically lists all of our state assessments, the required assessments that we do administer every year. And the grade level, we went ahead and put the grade level in there for you as well, because a lot of times we hear that sometimes they may not know which grade level, which assessment is being administered in, and so we just continuously put that out there, especially for the public to know. In 12th grade, we may be administering work keys, and then for the other grades as well. And then, of course, NAEP is not mentioned there because we know that is just 4th and 8th grade, and we'll look at NAEP a little bit later. Okay, so if we look at the ACT with writing, we took your directives from last year, and so we were able this year to give you 2 years of data. So we wanted to look at that side by side and see what it looked like. And then we also took your directives as to not just give you the labels, but also to tell us how many are proficient. And so we did that in the last column. So if you look at this, we do see some growth within our ACT. We may not see a lot of growth, but we are seeing that growth. And then when we look at the math, we didn't see a decline. We're still staying at 23% that were proficient. Again, may not be exactly where we want to be, but we're not seeing that decline. And also, I went ahead and put the composite score on there, and that's what you have in your folders as well, according to your districts by school, their composite score, and of course their data. So you do see that we were able to see a little growth with our composite score as well. Even though it's 0.1, we still have that little bit of growth, so we do that.
For information, level 1, level 2, level 3, and level 4, just briefly go over that one. I know we should know already, but.
Yes, sir. Level 1 is the lowest level. It's for those students that are scoring at the lowest level. They're what we would consider that are not, we don't usually say on grade level when we talk about ACT, but they're not performing to their max at that time. And then level 2 is those students that are getting possibly at the next level and getting ready to go into that level 3. Rick has another way that he explains it, because he talks about the threshold students a lot, and he's going to talk about that today as well. And then, of course, our proficient students, those that we look at that are proficient, are our level 3 and level 4 students.
Which is a score of approximately what? On the ACT.
So I think a way to, if you don't mind.
No, jump in, please.
Yeah, a way to think about it is that when you're talking about those students who are performing at level 3 or 4 on the ACT, those are the ones who are essentially expected to be successful once they're into post-secondary education. And typically, while there are some state-specific ways of kind of specifying what the threshold is, a lot of data is used where, for at least when you're talking about a composite score, for those kids that are proficient, they have a 50% chance of getting a B or higher in a credit-bearing course in post-secondary. I'm sorry, 75% chance, or a 50% chance of it's an A or higher in a post-secondary course.
What number ACT score would one expect one to have if you were categorized as level 3?
I do not know that exact mapping.
I don't have the benchmarks before me, but I can get that to you all so that you can see our benchmarks.
Because our parents want, I get communication that says 17.3 is not what my child I would want to have.
Right. Yes, sir. I can get you the benchmark scores for that because we do have a benchmark table for you. We can get that for you real quick.
That would be helpful
yes,
for us to send
I've got
it to
that
the
right
public
here.
too.
Yes. Yes.
What
sir.
level 3 and level 4 meant
okay.
when their child gets the ACT score.
Yes, sir.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, sir. You're fine. That's what we need to know. What we need to provide. Okay. Any more questions about ACT? Okay, for the national ACT, right? Right, so the reading, which we do ELA, math is 22, and science is 23, but we have our Alabama benchmarks, so those are the ones that I need to provide to you, and I'll get that to you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. And I apologize, I should have had that today.
No, ma'am, you're doing great. A lot of data too.
Oh, yeah, sir, it is. It is, and you can slice it in a lot of ways, and we've been doing some of that. Okay, and so what we wanted to do, and we talked a little bit last year about subgroups. Let's look at the subgroups. So we wanted to give you 2 years at a glance so that you can see that, because you can take 2 pieces of paper and look at it, but if you've got it right there together in that table, then you're able to look at where our students are. It's a couple, I'm not going to go through all of this because you have it, and if you have any questions, just let us know. But some things that I wanted to point out, and I'm not trying to bring out any one subgroup over another, but the one, when we look at ELA, if you look at the 2 or more races, they went from 29% to 33%. Then if we look at English learners, I know that there were some conversations earlier about English learners. Even though it's really low, there was growth, 1% to 2%. And then, of course, going down to the military affiliated, we have from 28 to 34% increase. But we also need to look at those that didn't improve, okay? Because those are the ones that we need to see. What do we need to be doing differently? Yes, the migrant, that was the one that it just sort of looked at there. But we can look at each one of these to see. And I know that our instructional team will be looking at this, and I know they already have been, developing plans as to how they can assist the students and the districts and the teachers as they move forward. Okay, and if we look at math, we see that the only thing, well, there's 2 that I noted. I didn't so much look at a large increase, but I looked at the Asian, who went down 1%, but it's 1%. And of course, we stayed stable for some of them. You can look at the American Indian, our Alaska Native, and they went up 2%. And then, of course, just looking down there, we do see some growth, but economic disadvantage went down 1%. And again, we have to wonder, and I know that ACT is putting out some research about this, and they have done some research on it, about how and did COVID affect the different subpopulations. And then again, if we look at the science in the same way, again, the Asian, 72% to 60%, and then the migrant, again, 15 to 7.
Ms. Hicks, I noticed also with special ed, they went up with ELA, the language arts and science, but
yes, ma'am,
maintained in math, the 73%.
Yes, ma'am.
And I know there's something on here we're gonna find out about special ed, what we're working on.
Okay. Yeah, and then for the one that increased for science, I noted the American Indian or Alaska Native went from 32 to 38%. So we do have increases, we have some decreases, and we expected some of those, but again, that's our instructional team will dig into the data and start working with those districts to help those students. Okay? Any more questions about ACT?
Maggie, one more question. Do we offer the ACT in Spanish and other languages?
No, ma'am. Not at this time, because ACT does not offer it in Spanish.
Okay, thank
Right.
you.
WorkKeys is offered in Spanish, but ACT is not at this time.
In some of these subgroup populations, were the numbers sufficient enough that the data is perceived to be reliable?
Yes.
And an aim could be at such a level that it would easily be attributed to a small change in a large change in the small number of students.
I think a good way of thinking about that too, and this is actually it'll be relevant also with the standard setting discussion, is that when a lot of people think about reliability or what kind of level of inference you can make, they're usually thinking about like great examples like polling numbers, right? You get a sample of people that are at a poll and they give you a certain error amount. When we're talking about state census and the participation rate being so important, is that you're really talking about just kind of descriptions of all census data.
So in that sense, the assessments are designed in such a way that when we're hitting that level of student participation, yeah, it's pretty stable, and so a 1% change is a 1% change. Because we're really just describing what we're seeing among the entire population, rather than saying, well, how much error is built around that. We account for that in some ways with thinking about kind of individual student retests, but when we're looking at the full state population, we can be pretty confident about what a 1% change means.
Thank you.
Sure, my pleasure.
Okay, and we haven't provided this to you in the past, but we just wanted to give you some numbers about our EL students. We even went back to 2018, 2019, just to look at before COVID, to see what was happening. How many of those students actually exited the program? And so you see that before COVID, we had 5.83% that were exiting. And then of course COVID, and even though it's a little bit lower, the number in itself that tested prior to being dismissed for COVID was outstanding, because that window does begin in January, and so they were able to get a majority of those students tested. And then when we look at 21, we see that it has increased, and then again we see the uphill again for 22. You will note that we had about 4,000 additional EL students this year, so we see that population is growing, so we're accounting for that as we move forward. Okay, now our ACAP summative. Again, we wanted to look at last year and this year, and so some things that I'm just going to note would be, again, if we look at the proficient level 3 and level 4 on the very far right, we see that for second grade, we went from 43 to 49%. Okay, those are the babies that are first time they're testing a standardized assessment. So we do see an increase there. We also see, looking at a decrease, but just 1% fifth grade, and then another decrease in eighth grade by, an increase in eighth grade by 1%. So we have 2%, 3%. So we are seeing overall, for the overall state, that we did see an increase. Just to give you a little, we did a little analysis, and for the entire, for summative ELA, we had a 2% overall increase for this particular year. Again, it's not great gains, but it's still gains, and we're seeing that it is moving in the right direction. Okay.
And Maggie, did the ELA component, was this the year that we began requiring the writing?
No, ma'am, we've always had writing.
Okay.
This upcoming year, okay, we've always had writing 4 through 8. Okay, this year will be the first year that we field test second and third grade, because we delayed that because we thought that the Literacy Act was going to be implemented, and so we didn't want to throw all of that at the second and third graders at one time. So we delayed the writing for second and third grade, and so this year will be the first year that it will be field tested, and then next year will be full operational. Okay. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was just saying thank you.
Okay, no problem. One thing I put back on my principal and teacher hat, when I would look at this in a data meeting, even though standards are different for the different grades, we need to look at the cohorts. And the ones that I looked at were second to third grade. Again, those babies in 43% in 21, but you look at what gains they've made in third grade. Second to third grade, that's outstanding. That's a lot for us to be proud of. The work of our educators in this state is amazing to know, because this is this is an Alabama developed assessment. And folks say, okay, is it rigorous enough? Because they keep referring back to one we had years and years ago. Yes, it's very rigorous. Because I was speaking earlier about the committees and the members of the committees, they leave there drained when they leave those committees because they talk about the PD that they're getting, about writing those items, reviewing those items, and all the PD around the development of the assessment is outstanding and it's showing in the work. Some folks will say that that's really not a great number, it's an outstanding number when we look at it that way. Because we know that the standards are different at each grade level, but there are some of those foundational standards that are going to carry over each year. So instructionally, I'm kudos to the instructional team for what they put out to help the educators, but the educators and what they're doing for the students in Alabama. It's amazing.
Now that one's outstanding, but look at the one, what is it, 4th to 5th?
Yeah, I looked at that one, so we did see a decrease, so what happened there? So, you know, that was something that we were talking earlier about also. Remember that we had a change in standards, so we have to look at, was that the only reason that we see a decline? No, probably not. COVID had a lot to do with it as well, so we're not 100% sure, but again, I know the instructional team, when they start working individually with the schools and start asking those questions once they, and they have the data, so, and have had the data to start digging into that, but to look at that instructionally, where are our pockets? When you start looking at the, again, we've had increases all over the entire state, but when you start looking at individual districts and individual schools, that's when you're going to start seeing some of that decline. And again, where are those declines and where do we need to put our support? And then if you look also at 7th to 8th grade, that was a 10% drop, increase, sorry, yes, yes, yes. That's outstanding. Yes. Okay. Any questions about the ELA? Okay, let's look at the math. We're going to do the same as we did with the math. Again, for math, we had a 6% overall 6% increase for this year from last year. So again, that to me is outstanding. And if we look at some of the, not even getting to the cohorts just yet, but look at the second grade from 21 to 22, that's 10%. So, and I think it is the educators understanding the standards, because this would have been the new standards. This year was the new standards. And then again, also 3rd grade, 10%. We had a 10% increase. And then as we go down, we can see that, but let's look at a couple, I just picked out a couple of cohorts to look at. Again, if you look at 4th to 5th grade, an increase from 24 to 32%. And then, of course, we had a decrease from 6 to 7, and we have 22 to 18%. So those are questions that we can meet with the instructional team and start looking into, and really looking into the more granular about, and then, of course, them having the conversations with the districts and schools about possibly some issues or some ways for the support to take place. And of course, the assignments. Of course, we only do the 3 grades, so we can't do a cohort. We'd love to, but we can't do that. So if you see, we also had increase each year. And the one that I noted was specifically the 4th grade. There was an increase from 34 to 39%. Okay, any questions about the finance? Okay. Okay, now we're going to go back to ELA. Really, we're going to look at the reading. Because of the Literacy Act,
So these are the reading scores pulled out of the ELA for the literacy?
Yes, ma'am.
Just want to make sure.
Yes, ma'am, that's why it's titled ACAP Summative Reading Subtest Data, and not ELA. Because you can go back and, we didn't do that side by side, and we did that intentionally, because we wanted it to be separate, because we're trying to look at it, as I taught with DRC, we need to look at it 2 separate programs. Because when we look at the sub-test and the supplemental reading test, they really are 2 different programs, and we're having to to look at it in that manner. And even in the developmental stage, stop me if I'm saying something wrong, we have to look at it in that aspect as well, because we're trying to meet two targets.
I think you're right. When we think of it at DRC, first good afternoon, we have to think of it as asking two separate questions. When we think about ELA, we're thinking, how much ELA knowledge and skills do students have? How can we describe that in terms of the state content standards? For reading, we're doing an aspect of that, but we're really asking, is students' reading knowledge sufficient to meet the requirements of the Alabama Literacy Act? So it's a very different question, and I think that speaks to why we present it separately.
Yes. Again, we do offer the reading subtest data in second grade to give us that point, so we will know how to start working with those students that may be below grade level for third grade. So it gives us, the instructional team, again, an opportunity to start looking at those students and giving them the additional support if that is needed at that time. So if we look from the top, of course, is grade 2 and grade 3, and then that's 21, and then you have 22. So if you look from grade 2, just grade 2, going from top to the next one, we went from 78 to 80% of the students on or above grade level. And then from grade 3, not from grade 3, but for each year we have 77% to 78%. Not as much as we'd like to see that gain, but 1% or 0.01 or 0.1 is a gain when we start looking at the data. Okay, and as you noted, we like to give y'all the numbers of how many students actually were involved in the testing, how many. So if you look at that 11,725 that's under grade 3, those are the students that scored below on the reading subtest. That 11,725 students would have had an opportunity, or should have had an opportunity, to test on the supplemental reading test in the summer. We had 5,215 students that tested, and 51% of those 5,215 scored on or above grade level.
So this is after they would have finished summer reading camp?
Yes, ma'am.
And then they're retested. And so, but I have a question when it says score below what?
The, okay.
Sure, it's the cut score. It's the passing score for reading.
452 for reading. Yes.
So if they score above 452, I think you said then they're on grade level.
Yes, ma'am.
So grade level equals proficiency, grade level
sufficiency.
Okay, so would you
He's going to talk about that.
Okay,
He's got that in your PowerPoint, and he's going to define that for you.
And when do we adjust the cut score? I think we said we voted on 2 standard errors below. I thought it was the mean. I found out later it was the median. I've never heard of doing below the median before, I will say. I've always heard standard deviations below the mean. But nevertheless, now that we've given the test 2 times, the test has more validity. So I would think the standard error would be smaller. It was 17 before. So when do we recalculate the standard error?
The standard error is really a product of the test items on the test, the questions on the test. Not so much the number of students who take the test or really the overall length, but it's the actual questions. We look at the actual statistical properties of the questions, like the overall difficulty, the level of guessing, the way that items can discriminate between high and low achieving students. We take all that into account to calculate the standard error of measurement.
So you've looked at that for both years, 21 and 22, and it didn't change?
It doesn't change
last time
that
it was
much.
21 data.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's not something that changes very much without a lot of change to the underlying test. Which takes us to a separate question. Will the test change? And the answer, not to give you a spoiler, but the test will change because the test starting next year is going to reflect more fully the types of reading skills that are mentioned in the Alabama Literacy Act. So there will be a second opportunity to think about the cut score for reading and to revisit that.
So do our LEAs know that it's going to change?
They know in the sense that the ELA standards are changing, and the ELAs should know that those standards are
And
changing.
so what we've talked with them about that. We've of course relayed that to our test coordinators, and we do that with the curriculum instruction. And of course, Dr. Mackey has been saying as well that when we look at each year, we did a validity study, but we also did standard study. We reevaluated that this year. The team that came together decided he's going to go over that with you. That there needed not to be an adjustment because the assessment in itself was changing because of the ELA standards. It's like we're going to have a not really all new test, but almost because the standards changed so drastically. So this coming year, in the summer, we will have a standard setting to determine that. In fact, next month, we're having what's called a pre-standard setting for us to already look at the second and third grade cut score.
So it could change again.
Yes, ma'am.
I had intended to say very little, but Dr. McCarty has raised something to cause me to ask questions. The mean is the average score of all those that are given. The median is the one point where most people had that score. That's what the median is, right? It's
the median is
the median is the middle point between all the scores.
Half have scores above, half
The
scores
mode is the
below.
highest,
You got
the
it.
score, okay. And so, usually, the standard that I'm used to is dealing with the mean score as a statistician.
Sure.
And why in the standard with most person that I know that are statisticians, when they relate to data, the mean score is critical. The score that's the midway between the highest and lowest score, median is more of an artificial and variable determinant. So why did you not use the mean, which is kind of the industry standard in calculations?
And thank you both for bringing up this important point. I think there are two different mean scores that we can think of. One is the one that we're we're not looking at directly here, but thinking of the average student score, how students have actually scored on the test. Has the average score, the mean score changed? And I think you're absolutely both right. When we think about
We're saying the same things.
That's right. That's right. That when we think about groups of students, we should think about mean scores. When we think about the median cut score, though, we're thinking about something a little bit different, and in fact, it's very different. At the standard setting, we had a group of 12 educators come together to recommend cut scores. They looked at descriptions of the knowledge and skills that we expect of students who are above grade level or below grade level in reading. They looked at the test questions, they looked at the content standards, and they went through a process called yes, no, and go. In that process, they look at all the questions and think to themselves, if a student met this performance standard, if a student was just at or above grade level reading, would they get question number 1 correct? Would they get question number 2 correct, 3 correct, 4 correct, and so on? And they use that to calculate cut score. It's a very well-defined process in our industry. And as you can imagine, if you have a group of educators who go through that process, they all tend to recommend similar cut scores, but not exactly the same cut score. That is, if we went through that process and were to recommend cut scores, we would probably all recommend slightly different cut scores. So as part of that standard setting process, to come up with some way of describing what the committee's recommendation was, we take the median of those cut score recommendations. So that's the median that we've used to anchor the cut score recommendations that the board took action on last year. You're absolutely right. It wouldn't make sense to look necessarily at the median scale score earned by students, or at least not in the same way. But in terms of the standard setting, we use that median because it gives everyone a voice. That is, if we were a standard setting panel, all of our recommendations would feed into that median. But it also isn't as sensitive to outliers. So for example, if we had one person who said, oh, I think the cut score should be 5 out of 100, just because I think it should be low, they would still be a participant in this process, but that ultimate recommendation wouldn't be as influenced by that kind of outlying recommendation. So that's why we look at the median. And you're absolutely right. Last year, what this board did is took that median and thought about a adjustment to that cut score using standard errors of measurement. And I'll talk about this later on, but those conditional standard errors of measurement, just as we described right here, are a function of the test questions. And we actually wound up talking a lot about those adjustments, both with the panelists. We talked about it at the standard setting. We talked about it after the standard setting with the technical advisors, the TAC that Juan chairs that committee, and we wound up talking about it here with the board. So I think that whole story is why we start with the median cut score recommendation and then use the standard error measurement.
But I think when we discussed the two errors of measurement, I think many of us presumed that was from the mean. And in a normal population, the mean and median would be the same score, correct?
I think it could,
in a true norm population,
in a true
statistical norm population, where if one looks at an IQ score, the mean and the median are 100. The standard deviation is computed from that. I just don't want the public or us to be presumptive that by choosing a different calculator for standard error measurement, that we're including a larger population in the passing percentage than would be if we calculated what many of us perceive as the normal way to calculate using the mean. And I understand your group got together, did some analysis that are deeper than I'm able to do at this time, but the 17-point standard deviation seemed high to me if you used a mean score. I'm curious about what would be off the record if it had been off the mean score. And if that, in fact, when we made the decision to use two standard error measurement, which is a lot, one standard error measurement is usually acceptable in interpreting the validity of a score. When you go to two standard deviation, you're doing that to doubly ensure that nobody's adversely affected. Am I correct? Correct me, I don't mind being corrected at all. I mean, that happens a lot.
No, I absolutely agree with you. No, thank you. And
I know we're getting into the weeds where a lot of people don't understand, but data interpretation is as important as data collection.
Absolutely, and I live in the weeds, so I appreciate the opportunity to talk. I love it. No, and I should say, in this particular instance, whether you had started with the mean cut score recommendation or the median cut score recommendation, you would have had the same conditional standard error measurement, because it's a function of the test, not of the cut score.
So either one would have been a standard error measurement, or either one would have been 17 last
time. It would have been, yeah, and I can triple check that once I get back to
you don't have to, you just asserted it. It's fact if you tell me.
I think the one thing that, something important that you said comes up when we talk about the conditional standard error measurement is using that adjustment of two standard errors of measurement lets you make a statistical argument. And we didn't frame it this way last year, but it's still true. The cut scores that were implemented were two standard errors below the cut score that was recommended by educators at the standard setting, right? So what we can say based on this cut score, based on the cut scores we see here reflected on screen, is if a student falls below this cut score that was adopted, below 4, 5, 6, then we have at least a 95% confidence, statistical confidence.
At least.
That's right.
You should be 95% at one standard error measurement, but that's all right.
That would be, it'd be 2/3, but here it's 95%. We can be 95% confident that their actual level of knowledge and skills in reading is below our performance standard, is below grade level. We do this to reduce the incidence of falsely identifying a student as falling below the performance standard if they truly have reading achievement that's above the standard. That is, by having this adjustment, we reduce the number of students who might be falsely flagged as falling below the reading cut score. We do this with the full acknowledgement that there are serious consequences if a student falls below the cut score. That is,
And that's why when we were discussing that two standard error measurement as a statistician, I felt appropriate, because the impact on the student will be retention.
Yes.
Will be failure to progress. And I wanted, and I think the board wanted, some assertion. That's why the calculation of that data, on which is the mean or the median, is significant. And also, the inverse is not promoting students who in fact are not qualified to move ahead. We want to do both. We do not want to retain a student who should pass, nor do we want to put a student in jeopardy by promoting them with their having an inadequate ability to perform those skill sets.
And that is very fair. I guess to your first point, I guess finally coming back around, what I'm saying is using, whether you start with the mean or the median cut score recommendation as that starting point is mostly immaterial. It's not going to make a change so much to what we actually see. The second, though, to your point, is the board made the adjustment of two standard errors of measurement after the recommendations by the TAC and by the content experts at the standard setting. It could be that, let's say, for example, that you very reasonably contend that there's also a damage that occurs if you move a student forward, but they don't have enough reading skill to move ahead. That type of risk, that type of misidentification.
It's a false positive.
That's right. Here, what we've tried to do is minimize the amount of false negatives, I guess, depending on which way you look at it. We've tried
If
to
you promote them and say they're qualified and they're not, that's a false positive.
That's right.
That's why I use that term.
And I worry about the parents. The parents that see that their child was scored at a level above the cut score that we set. I think if I were that parent, I would assume my child is reading great. And I feel, in our ability and our attempt to communicate with the parents. And some of, I went to a summer reading camp this summer. I'll just give you a quick example. And they had 6 children in their summer. They had lunch set up, cafeteria people, they had teachers, they had everything. And I'm like, 6 children? Where's the rest? And they said, oh, we only had 10 that scored below. And I said, but you had some that scored just above. Why didn't you invite? Well, because they didn't hit the cut score. Those children could have benefited from this. And we didn't, in many cases, even reach out to them. And that worries me. And it worries me because of that false positive that the parents are getting the message that everything's okay. And in many cases, it's not. And that child is a struggling reader and could have benefited from that summer reading camp. And so that bothers me. And then we see the scores have gone up from one year to the next. So the mean or the median, whichever we use, well, now if let's just say the standard error stayed the same at 17, now we're subtracting from a higher number, 17, so that cut score will increase. Is that correct?
I think I lost you right in the end there. I guess you're right. If the cut score that has been adopted, we know we have these plans coming up in a year to revise the cut scores for reading. Imagine temporarily that wasn't the case, that we were to keep this cut score. You're right, we could each year recalculate a standard error of measurement. However, what we would recommend you do as a board is keep this cut score, as long as it's still valid, as it stands, even if the conditional standard error of measurement were to be adjusted. I guess just taking one half a step back, this year we did have a committee come together to look at the reading results as they came in, to look at the percents of students who were above and below the cut score, to look at the conditional standard error measurements, to look at some validity evidence. And I know we had at least one board member that was there as part of this work. I don't want to identify them. But we're
all there. We don't mind identifying.
You're like, we knew about it. And this group came together, excuse me. Pardon me.
Take your time. While you're
You need some
recovering,
water?
let me ask
Yeah.
one more question, or not ask a question, but just say that the score that the student earns on this test, the reading subtest, is just one.
Exactly.
Right, it's
Yes.
not, you don't hold that child back automatically because then they can take it a second time. Then we have a portfolio.
Yes.
Then we have, there can be certain approved exceptions. So there are many other ways, right, to assist that child. It doesn't automatically mean that child will be retained. And also, and this may be wonky and I apologize, but when I think of like a confidence interval,
Yes.
I think of 95% confidence interval,
Yes.
and then I think 2.5 on one side and
Yes.
2.5 on the other. So we've only got 2.5% on that lower end. So we're 95% confident. Is that correct?
That's right. And I agree with everything you just said. Just in reverse order, you're right. We are more than 95% confident that if a student falls below 456, their actual reading achievement is below our performance standard, the one that we intended. And I think you're right that there is a danger of ignoring students who score near the cut score. I remember during last year's conversations about the cut score, there was even some conversation about messaging to the field for students who scored above this cut score, the one with the assessment, and below the originally recommended cut score.
Right.
Below.
And we did that with Dr. Davis and Bonnie, because we met together, and Bonnie was going to take that back to her team for them to make sure that they looked at those students that fell within that score, so that they were addressing those.
I mean, they did, Bonnie
Right.
did, but the
Right.
message, I'm not sure connected. Let me just say, Bonnie's team.
Right. I get what you're saying, because you're saying you
Absolutely.
see
I'm
it.
just saying
Right, and that's
somehow
why
that
I wanted-
message didn't connect.
Right, and that's why I wanted to bring out the 11,725, and out of them, only 5,000
I know, I saw that
tested.
too.
You know, because that's major, and we
Yes,
heard,
yes,
we
it
would
is.
get questions about, do we have to test them? Well, we're telling you yes, but we can't tell you yes. You know, you have to test them. The opportunity's there. Why would you not?
So the reason that only 6 children showed up was because some of those children may have fallen in between the 1 and 2 level cut scores. And their parents felt, since they met the more lenient assertion of a cut score, they didn't need instruction, or somebody in the system or somewhere along the
Right.
line, they'll just say, you fell in this gray zone, and perhaps you should have, the system should have, or somebody should have said, you perhaps need this school, so there would have been more than 6 children. Is that what,
I
we're
think
doing
that
all
maybe-
this stuff to cut down to the real reality?
I think there's a couple different issues there. One, and I think it's a really important distinction. I think it sounds like there were 6 of the 10 possible. So in that very one instance, there were 10 kids that fell below that cut, but only 6 of those kids went. So it's not so much even just that they see that they're in this gray zone. They actually fell below the cut, but for whatever reason they didn't attend. So that's obviously.
Well, she said they didn't attend because they weren't
Not the
eligible.
4.
That's what I understood. Maybe I
Right,
misunderstood.
4 just, I don't know why. But 6 of the 10 who scored below that cut score, 10 were invited, 6 showed up.
Well, we only invited 10
Right,
for a class capacity that would have been more than 10.
exactly.
And the thing is that one of the things that I recall that the board had suggested and had approved is that these cuts were approved so long as the department continued to engage in studies for at least 2 years to determine whether these cuts were in fact viable for consequential use. And I think that's actually, this speaks to exactly that reason for why I think that there were so many, I don't think caveats is the right word, conditions upon approval, right? Like, yes, we're gonna use this cut score with this level of standard error of adjustment because we're concerned about the consequences, but because of those consequences, we also are expecting you department to say, for the next 2 years, you're gonna track those students that are just below and just above the cuts as approved, in addition to those that are above that, to, I think, borrow your terminology,
Are we
gray
tracking-
area.
Are we in fact tracking those?
that is something that we're continuing to do, and then because as students go from grade 2 to 3 to 4, and grade 3 to 4 to 5, we're determining what is the consistency of that classification, so to speak. And can we predict that these kids are in fact making progress outside of those thresholds? Or are we seeing that they're in fact falling below?
So I know the consistency of this data. If you look at the number that were administered in the second grade with 40,054, in the third grade, 40,865 is pretty consistent. And their percentage above remained the 78%. So you're talking about the same population of students in grade 2 and then grade 3. The N remained almost with statistically the same,
Right.
and the percentage above remained the same.
I think
so that's what you're talking about, the parallel progress, right? Mm-hmm. So we didn't make that much progress in the same population of students that we tested twice.
Which I think it's worth acknowledging the fact that 2021 was an odd year because of COVID, which there are a host of instructional disruptions that probably.
But without trying to formulate disclaimers, the population N was the same, and the test scores were the same. And of course, we can always use a lot of things, but the data, without circumstantial explanation, remained pretty much the same. The N was the same, percentage achieving were the same.
And to your point, one of the
I'm just looking at what I say. Am I correct in my reading?
Yes, and agreeing with you, we did a validity study that went a little more in depth where we looked at individual students from last year to this year. And we found that there was a great deal of consistency in performance across those 2 years. So I think your analysis is correct. And I also agree with the analysis that's come up here, which is to continue to encourage systems, to encourage students who have cut scores that are near that scale scores that are near that cut score, that are above 452 but below 486, to encourage them to continue to engage with resources. For example, to go to a summer reading camp. At the validity, at the standards validation that we had for reading that happened in May, we had someone from one of the districts, to give an anecdote, who said that in her district, all students who were in third grade are invited to the summer reading camps. The blanket invitation goes out, and they were going to give a special encouragement for students who are in that gray area, in that in-between zone, to come. They, of course, we're going to not require, but strongly encourage students who are below this cut score, but then for students who are just above, to also encourage them to come.
I think that's important, and some of us witnessed last board meeting, a visit to Eufaula, where they have an ACT prep program that they offer to every child. And I think they showed almost a 3-point score, not percentage, 3-point score improvement in their population because of the intervention. So what we're suggesting that we should pursue is the intervention in reading and math, where they use the COVID money, the ESSER money. They use the money because national reports that our school systems aren't spending that money. If they're not spending their money, they're wasting student services. Wayne Reynolds' interpretation of not spending the money. So if they use data to drive services, they're using the data in the way we're attempting to protect students to not really explain the real need for improved instructional time. Like what Dr. McCarty said, 6 students showed up, 10 were invited, perhaps 20 should have invited, and 12 showed up. Because we spent enough money to do services for 12.
Absolutely.
That's all anecdotal and maybe you're wrong, but maybe.
No, I agree with you, and I would hope if we were able to go in the back of the time machine and they knew they had 20 seats, I think a great way to fill those seats would have been to identify students who were just above this cut score. Those are students who are on that cusp and who probably could still use some good intervention to improve their reading skill as they go into 4th grade.
Because Dr. McCarty and I had discussions about this very issue as we both are educators at different levels, and came to the same conclusion, but it's a priori. It's too late. So we don't wanna make the same mistake again. And so part of what we should do as we look forward to it, and as our staff look forward to it, and the money's still out there, millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars that should be paid stipends or whatever it takes to get students instructed, because the legislature and the student body, they don't come to school board meetings, but they hold us accountable for what happens. So I guess it's incumbent on us to be creative and assertive and offer a carrot to get it done, because we're going to be responsible for it being done, whether it's appropriately incentivized or not. And I'm sorry for interrupting your presentation.
One last clarifying question. The 486 score, how do I call that? Is it the proficiency? Is it sufficiency? Is it grade level? How do I label the 486?
I would say the 486 came out of the standard setting and is an indication of reading sufficiency.
So it's okay, thank you, because I get confused on the many terms that we use. So it is reading, so 486 is what the standard setting committee determined to be reading sufficiency level for third grade.
That's right.
Am I saying that correctly?
When they went through this standards-based process, a content-focused, content-rich process to think about the types of knowledge and skills that a student would need in third grade to be considered at or above grade level, their recommendation was 486. If the students scored around 486, they were right at that point of being at or above grade level. Now, the cut score that was implemented, 2 conditional standard errors of measurement below that, was done so that we could make the claim that if a student fell below that point, then truly their reading knowledge skills was below that reading sufficiency cut.
Thank you.
And the committee members all were explained this prior to them exiting, before we even brought it back to the TAC. And because they didn't get to see, and I know that Rick was gonna bring this out, they didn't get to see the data until the very end. So they went strictly on content and what was right before them. And then we brought to them the data for them to understand. So it was a way, and that was a recommendation from our TAC, to make sure that they didn't get to see the data first, that they went through the process, and then they were able to place the students and say, this is how many students that would fall here. And so they understood about the differences between adjusting it, and they agreed to coming down at least 2. So they were all in agreement with that.
I just wanted to make sure I
No,
had my
you're
terms
fine.
correct.
No, you're good. Yeah. Alright, next. Okay. Alright, so we wanted to also bring alternate to you. Again, just looking, and I didn't do this by cohort, and I should have, but we can do that real quickly. And I guess if we did look at cohort, first I want to do the improvements. If you go from, like in 6th grade, 27 to 28, again, we saw some improvements. 38 to 39 for 7th grade, and then again 37 to 39 in 11th grade, because we do administer it in the 11th grade. But if we look at the cohorts and sort of look at like 3rd to 4th grade, we had 33 to 20%. So we had a decrease there. And then of course you start looking at the cohorts and you'll see an increase and then possibly a decrease. So we can look at that, and then you look at 8th grade, but you really can't do a cohort from 8th grade to 10th grade because we don't test them. And it'd be nice to say that we, you know, you can do that 24 to 33, but you can't because we don't administer the assessment in 9th grade. So we do see, and of course this is ELA. Okay, if we look at math, again, looking at this, we do see a decline in our math scores for the alternate students, except for 11th grade, and we do see an increase there. And again, if we look at the cohorts, we will see an increase or a decrease, and especially from 3rd grade to 4th grade. Looking at the cohort, we have 12% to 20%. So we do see some of that as well.
And Maggie, this would represent about 1%.
1%, these are the students with the most cognitive disabilities taking our alternate. Yes, sir. They take this assessment instead of the summative. It also is developed by DRC. We have committee members, so we have teachers that come in also to do the work on this as well. And again, they talk about the PD and the awareness of what they need to take back to the systems and to their students to make sure that they are where they need to be and getting instructionally the materials that they need. Okay, and if we look at science, again, we can't.
Back to that 8th grade, it's 8%, 6%.
Yes, sir.
I had one of the leaders in our legislative government put out a release yesterday at a public forum about math scores and other things, and he specifically referenced several schools in the 8th grade, so I'm certain we'll hear from him about that data too.
And remember these, the standards are the alternate standards that this test is developed from. So it is, even though it is derived from our gen ed standards, it's still alternate standards for the alternate.
I understand.
Yes, sir. I understand because it's a number, and some people are just going to attach to that number because even if you put it out like this and you look at level 4 and you see all those zeros, but then you need to also look at level 3 because look at how many were in level 3 because that still is proficient.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And then of course science. Again, we can't do the cohort except if we were to look at 10th to 11th grade. We did see an increase from 10th to 11th grade, 48 to 49%, just a little, but we did see it. Okay, any questions? Okay, and this is what you basically have in your packet, and we just wanted to look at it across the content by grade level, and then look at the participation by grade level, because I've given you the overall at the beginning of the participation overall for all grades for the entire state. Again, we will see that our participation increased this year, and of course our proficiency did, but once again, when you start looking and breaking it down a lot further, you're going to start seeing some of those discrepancies. So what we're going to start now looking at is any of those that are below the 95%, because USDOE requires us to have a 95% participation rate. So we look at grade 11, we have a 92, 93% of our students that participated in the assessment. That was for ELA.
With that 486 that Dr. McCarty was asking for, you said that was a cut score for reading, correct?
Yes, ma'am, reading only.
Okay. Math, was there a score for that one? We haven't answered that yet, a cut score.
Yes, ma'am, we have a cut score
What
for
was
that.
that number?
I'll have to get you that benchmark.
Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am,
Okay.
because it's a per grade level.
Oh, per
Because
grade.
it's different, yeah, per grade
Okay.
level, so I'm gonna get that to you all.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Yes,
Once
ma'am.
again, our 8th grade bottomed out, and I'm certain I'll hear again from
And you can go ahead and take a look at your district prior to that, so.
this person represents the state senate in his, so I'm certain Ms. Crane will be in touch with him.
And that, again, that's where the instructional folks can go back and start asking those questions, and we can ask the questions of why do we only have 92% participate? We probably know the answer to that when you start looking at grade 11. But again, when we look at these charts, the next few charts, that is going to include all grade levels, like all assessments. It's going to be not only your summative, but your alternate and your ACT. So we have to keep that in mind.
I guess the difference is low scores of 18.21 in 8th grade and 23.55 11th graders because they dropped out of school.
Could be.
I mean,
Right.
what could cause that much improvement except because the percentage testing is 96% and 98%, insignificant difference, but a huge improvement in schools.
Is grade 11 the ACT?
Remember,
we
11 is ACT and grade 8 is our ACAP.
Right.
Okay.
And so this
But
is, this
proficient-
includes ACT and the alternate.
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
And next year, we'll put that on this chart for you all. Yeah, yeah, no problem, that way, yeah, because it does get confusing a little. Okay, and then this, of course, is for all students, and then we broke it down by the subgroups for you all. So when you start looking also the subgroups, and I'm not even just looking at proficiency, because right now my eyes go specifically to participation, because that's our next focus, under the 95%. Because you have grade 11 again at 91% for the male. And then, of course, and if we round, of course, grade 11 is going to go up. But
So that's 91% because that's ACT?
ACT and alternate, yes, sir.
Okay, so perhaps if we give the ACT more than once, it'll go up. That's one of the considerations before the board of giving the ACT.
Right,
more
yes,
than
sir,
one
it
time,
is, yes, sir.
Which we discussed with the president of ACT Corporation.
Yes, sir.
You might have been here when we did that.
No, sir, I was actually, probably in a planning meeting, but yes, I heard about it. And again, if you have any questions for ACT today, I have someone here that can answer those for you.
Oh, I'm afraid to go there.
But I'm pretty sure.
But since that's ACT score, maybe they didn't want to take the ACT.
Maybe not, because again, when you start looking at 11th grade students, we talk to the districts quite often about, because we have windows, we don't just have a one day, because they do have an opportunity for makeup, but a lot of times, they can't even get the kids in to take it on a makeup. So it becomes an absenteeism problem, for that, for those particular districts.
They're different animals, aren't they, 11th graders? I raised several.
Okay. Jason is gonna tell me not to answer that. All right, Jason.
Seventh grade math, is that typically algebra 1?
Dr.
It just seems like the score
No.
drops
It's now
considerably.
It's now 7th grade advanced, so it is what you would have normally thought of as all of pre-algebra on the old standards plus half of algebra 1, whereas the 8th grade advanced is the other half is 8th grade and the other half of algebra 1, so that it's evened out now instead of leaving the district to chance. Sorry, 7th grade math and half of pre-algebra, and then the 8th grade algebra 1 and the other half of and all of pre-algebra. Sorry, I skipped 7th grade math and half of algebra 1, and then 8th grade is algebra, half of the other half, and all pre-algebra. So
That sounds like 7th grade math.
I know, sorry. Yeah, my child actually took the new standards. So before they had the standardized advanced could be whatever, and some of our kids got to high school without any or the algebra 1 skills needed. So. And 7th grade traditionally, since I taught it in 1998, English and math, I don't know. Yeah.
And have we done a large amount of professional development for our 7th and 8th grade teachers? That's just a large
I
drop.
know that Dr. Beth, I'm sorry, I know that Amazon was working on.
We worked with AMSTI worked also with A+ College Ready, so that we could offer as much as possible. But remember, this was our first year. Some schools did not implement the 7th grade advanced 2 years ago because it was a transition year. And so this was their first take of the real 7th grade standards this past year to be tested on.
So that may explain part of
Yes,
the
ma'am.
drop.
Yeah.
Now, again, historically, on those 7th grade is its own animal, but yes, this was the first year that it was actually required to teach those new 7th grade standards.
Thank you.
And just keep in mind that next year will be the data that we get in 23 will be the first time that they fully implemented the new ELA standards. And again, I'm not gonna go through each one of these. You have the data before you, and if there's something that's glaring that, you know, you have a question about. So if we look at each one of the, again, subgroups, I'm looking at percent that are below, because here for the Native Hawaiian at 84%, 85% for 11th grade, again, we're starting to see the upper grades, especially when it looks at participation.
Can I ask a question, just a general question about ACAP? Are LEAs, I know one time we talked about the weights of the standards in the questions that are on ACAP. And I think one time we came back and found out that maybe in one particular grade that measurement was a higher percentage than most people had thought, and they had been teaching it after they gave the assessment. And then when they realized the weight of the subject, they realized we need to adjust. This is an important topic. Are we sharing with them the weights of the subject areas that will be tested?
We're not sharing with them weights. Correct. The blueprints. We're sharing with them the blueprints. We definitely, the blueprints are what you would consider the weights. Which particular standards and content, how much of it is going to be on the assessments, and I can share that with you all. I can share a blueprint with you all, okay?
And Maggie?
Yes, ma'am.
To save you a step, y'all will get the first teacher tidbits that'll go out tomorrow. I will send it to the board members, and we use all of their stuff that is being created and put it by grade, and we've already had several responses from the curriculum directors to say thank you, so the teachers will get that. So I don't have to search through stuff for second grade. It'll be blueprints, it'll be instructional support, so y'all will get that tomorrow.
And the blueprints have been updated, and I'm not sure if I passed that on to you, so we need to pass on the new blueprints to you.
So if I'm a second grade teacher, I can use that one pager and click on every single resource that ACAP has developed with our, to support instruction, and those blueprints are on there. So, because you can go right now to their website and to our website, but they're not necessarily by grade level. It might be all that instructional supports for grades 2 through 8, ELA, and all for math, and so it just saves the educators time and the child.
Right. So, excuse me, in line with that, when you say the blueprint, of course, we're talking about, they would know the standards then for language arts, math, science, maybe have test samples, would that be?
The item specifications, yes,
Item
ma'am.
specs, okay.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And the release of the previous test questions, I think we're going to release 25%, or work our way up to 25%.
We are,
I don't know if
right.
we have 25% yet, but
And
that was, when will
that's-
that drop again? Because I had some teachers looking for it.
Very
the other
soon.
day.
I can't remember if it's October or first of November. I think it's October with the new items, instructional support for item specs. Right. Yes.
And where will it drop? So I can send them to the right link.
Right. We're going to post that on our website, and we'll pass that along. I'll not only pass it along to the test coordinators, but I'll pass it along to Dr. Davis, because she's great about putting that out in the teacher tidbits and all the curriculum folks. And then, of course, we'll not only have it on our website, because I think we have last year's, but those are going to be updated. And then, of course, we'll have it on the DRC website.
That's great. That's going to be very helpful.
It will. I just, they're eager to get
Yes,
it,
they are.
so.
They are, very much so. Okay,
thank you.
Not a problem. All right, and as you go through, and if you have any questions, don't hesitate to let us know, and we'll get answers for those questions when you start looking at the specific subgroup data. Okay, one thing that I hadn't shared with you, I think in a couple of years, is the work keys. Those students that we refer to as benchmark, they receive, once they take the work keys, and they take the work keys in the fall, in a couple of weeks, in fact, for 12th graders. If they choose to do so, we have put out that it is an optional assessment, even though a majority of our districts still utilize it for CPR indicator. So even if they're not going to use it for, if the students have already mastered that, we still have a majority of our districts that are still utilizing work keys. We do not recognize bronze as a benchmark because silver, gold, and platinum are considered benchmarks. But bronze, there are some business establishments that do recognize the bronze certificate. So those students are still earning a certificate that's going to help them when they get ready for employment. So it is giving them an opportunity to get ready for that next step. Not only do we offer this in the fall, but we also offer a retest in the spring. So those students who have not benchmarked in the fall have an opportunity to retest in the spring to up their score. And if they do it online, they don't have to take all 3 subjects over again. They can just take the subject or the test that they need to in order to benchmark. And a majority of our districts are utilizing the online option, which this year will be online for the retest only. And if there are any students that are absent during the fall, we'll give them the opportunity in the spring, or if there are any students that have moved in, we also give them that opportunity in the spring because they have no score.
They get 2 chances?
Yes, ma'am, they get 2 chances. They do. And then some schools do offer it themselves, like career tech centers, and some of the schools themselves have offered it. In fact, we have some schools that are now purchasing it for other grades. Yes, they part for themselves, yes ma'am, but we pay for 2. But it's not the whole, for instance, if we have a class of 55,000 for 12th grade, we're not gonna have 55,000 that's going to test in spring. We may have half of that. And so we do have a large number that test each year, even in the spring, to get that opportunity. One thing that I wanted to note is to just look at the numbers. When we look at 21, when we look at what benchmark again would be silver, gold, and platinum, we see that 17,931 certificates were awarded, which would be considered benchmark. And then this year we had 20,647. So that is outstanding to see that. So that's an increase of 2,700 students who have scored benchmark on the certificate and upped their employable skills when they get ready to go out into the field.
Could we get a list of the employers that respect this work keys?
I think we can. I'll have to work to see that. I know that we have a website that you can go to. It's a workforce. I'll get that to you as well. And so that you can just click on the state and then you can do a particular county and it'll tell you how many work key certificates were earned within that county.
But then I would want to know how many
Exactly.
employers would hire, like if
And
I go in
I
with a
think,
gold
yeah.
certificate,
Right.
that I would be a good candidate for that.
I'll check into that to see.
That is on that same site.
Exactly, I thought so.
Absolutely.
And I think it's workforce readiness or something like that. I can't remember the exact title.
Work ready communities.
Thank you. Work ready communities, yes.
Work ready communities.
But I'll get you all the link for that, okay?
Thank you.
Yes, it's very interesting to go through and just click on the different districts to see that. Sure. Okay. Any questions? And again, we see a decrease on the bronze for this year, and we think, oh, what's happening? Well, they've moved over. Yeah, they've moved over.
That's
It's
two's going to the 3.
Yes, and that's when we want to see that. We want to see that decrease is when they're moving up. That is great. Any questions about our workers? Okay, just briefly, we're going to talk about NAEP. We know that results are going to come out in a month or so. We don't know the exact date for NAEP results to come out, but they are coming out. We will be hearing about that in October. But right now, we are participating in some international assessments. For instance, we have what is called PISA, the Program for International Student Assessment. It takes place in October of this year. This is going to measure the 15-year-olds, and right now we only have 3 schools in Alabama that have been selected to participate. And all of these schools have been notified whether or not they're taking something in the fall or the spring. They've been notified of that they've been chosen for the state this year. Then we look at TIMS, which are the Trends in International Mathematics and Science Study. We have 7 schools that will be participating in that study this year. And then, of course, ISIL, which is the International Computer and Information Literacy Study, and we only have 2 schools participating this year for that were chosen.
Is it intrusive for us to get the names of those schools in each of the categories?
I don't think so, Dr. McKee.
I'm not sure.
Okay, we'll have to
I don't know if they're
double check.
embargoed or not.
I think they will be embargoed until after, yes.
Usually until after the test.
They are.
Well, I don't know who they are. They don't notify us.
That's
Yes,
fine.
definitely.
By the word intrusive, that's all inclusive for all sorts of reasons. While you're here, some of us may have heard national news saying that our scores were changed this year, the NAEP results, and inferred that we perhaps knew something and just weren't disclosing it. You're aware of the
change this year?
NAEP scores.
Your next slide. It's a long-term trend study.
That
So
was an, yes.
The long-term trend study report came out. We weren't aware it was going to be released, but that's different. That's not the NAEP that our 4th and 8th graders take that we're used to. But it was released a couple of weeks ago, and I think that's what Dr. Roll mentions because
I
there was a
didn't look
freshman
ahead of the
conference.
slides. I was waiting one at a time.
But it's coming. I can turn it back to Maggie. But the long-term trend study is different. We had approximately 200 students from Alabama that participated. I don't know the schools, but it's over, so we probably could get them. But then, like somebody asked me, not one of you, but what does that mean the NAEP scores went down in those schools? I said no, because we don't get state results in the long-term trend study. It is only national data. We know that 200 Alabamians are included in those scores. We have no idea how those 200 students did. They may have gone up, they may have gone down. They test, they're 9-year-olds, aren't they?
That was the 9-year-olds, yes.
Yeah, and so
but we have 13-year-olds going on.
the
right now.
9-year-old study, so they're a different set of 9-year-olds than obviously tested the last time, so you have no comparable data at all.
Right.
All we know is that a group of a few thousand 9-year-olds randomly selected across the country scored lower after the pandemic than a randomly selected group of 9-year-olds did the year prior to the pandemic. But it does not reflect necessarily the regular NAEP scores.
Correct.
And I'm sorry, go back. So the long-term trend study though is the one, and the new one, is it going on now? I've taken over and I didn't mean to.
No, you're fine. It's going on October the 10th through the December the 16th, and that is for 13-year-olds. And then, of course, we have 13 schools that will be participating in the long trend for 13-year-olds. And then, again, as Dr. Mackey mentioned, no scores for the state, district, school, or students. So that's why when it says it's lower, well, how does that affect Alabama? We don't know because they don't give us any data back other than the national data for that. And then we also have field trial and then field testing. We only have a few, like 11 total schools that will be participating in that. But NAEP did cancel the field test, and we only had, I think it was 3 schools that were going to participate in the field trial, so they have canceled that for this spring. Now, this does not even account for the regular NAEP that will take place beginning in January through, I think, I know through February and into March. So we do have, but we don't have, this is not considered what we call our large year, because now they've reverted it back to the odd years are not going to be your large test-taking years. The even years will be your large test-taking. So that's why in a few months we'll have our NAEP data for 22. And we just wanted to give you a snippet of how the tests are laid out, how many minutes they are, and of course they bring their field test folks in to administer that, but we do ask that the schools have the teachers within the classroom so that if there's any behavioral issues or any issues, then that someone at the school is still within the classroom with those, what some students would say, strangers. Strangers. Yeah. Okay, and then you all talked about at the last board meeting, I think it was, about the resources, what resources are available, and these are going to be put on our website, links to them. Of course, these are directly from our NAEP, the NAEP website. We wanted to make sure we're going to have a parent button, call it a button, I don't know if it's called a tile or button, but there will be a selection on our page that will go directly to some of these for the parents. So it'll be parents and then it'll have NAEP and then it'll have the resources there. We're going to do the same thing for our other assessments as well, so that the parents can do that one. And I'm not sure if they're going to map it somewhere else on the website, but we will be able to provide this for the parents as well.
What would be an example of without COVID-19 questions? What would that entail? I mean, and we may not know. I just thought that was weird. On that next page, it would say student questionnaire without COVID-19 questions. It says that under the field trial and the.
One of the.
Right there, sorry.
Yeah,
yes.
One of the things that, as part of NAEP is that they also include student level questions about opportunities to learn.
Oh, okay, that's what I wanted. Okay,
and so they're
during that period of time.
Exactly.
Right.
Okay.
And they I'm sorry, but they did do surveys during COVID to, especially to educators, to ask them questions around
COVID,
yes, ma'am.
the experience
yes,
and how
yes,
it's impacted
right.
learning.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah, no
Just
problem. I
wondered
was
what
trying
that
to think,
could have
say
been.
that I'm a parent resource.
No, I'm trying what was that saying? No, on the slide before.
Yes.
I was processing.
Yes, no, you get it. I got you.
All right, thank you.
Not a problem. Okay. And then for the ACT with writing, these are not really parent resources, but they're educator resources. So what we've done, we've worked with ACT and listening from the field and Dr. Davis and her team about what's needed. Because when we go to the the curriculum instruction meetings, we hear about what is needed, and of course being with the educators in a lot of the committees, we hear what they need. So what we did was we worked with ACT to develop some webinars around the specific assessments. These are recorded and they're accessible when the teachers need to look at them. So we wanted to make that, and we also offer ACT Online Prep, and we also offer ACT Work Keys Curriculum. ACT Online Prep is, they have a set number, so they have a set number of licenses, so they could use those for 9th grade or 11th grade, or either they could break it up and do some 9th and 11th grade, so that's entirely up to them. But for Work Keys, we have unlimited licenses for that, and so some of our districts have utilized that, and have even allowed like the 9th graders to start working on Work Keys curriculum because it gives them a little practice so that they can get ready for some of that. So that's an opportunity.
And they're aware of that, excuse me, they're aware of that?
Yes,
about
ma'am.
it being unlimited?
They are, and I'm going to bring that up at the curriculum meeting because we tell our test coordinators all the time, make sure it's going out there. We get questions all the time about licenses and who can we allow to, and we say unlimited. But we want the curriculum folks to now understand that as well. Go back and talk to your test coordinators. If a school is not utilizing it, they can use it for 9th grade if they want to use it for 9th grade because it is unlimited. But of course, ACT Online Prep is just for a select number. So what we do is we take the 10th and 11th grade, and we go, we average it to give them the max number that we can. Of course, we've had to increase the numbers at each school this year because of an increase in population. And so that's a good thing. That's a good thing for that. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Are we using the program that was in Eufaula as a model to try to encourage the same kind of actions?
We've started that conversation. We've also started that conversation with ACT around that. Shanti and I have, Ms. Washington and I have had a conversation around what they were utilizing. So we are talking with ACT about that. We are working also to provide more PD around what's needed. because we need to look at specifically the scores, we need to look at the data and see what PD, and we also need to ask our constituents what PD is needed around the ACT. I know that for the ACT, we're looking at a liaison that will help with this, to go out and help, because I know that a couple of years ago, you all were talking about the boot camps. And so we're looking at that as well, to help assist in some of those areas.
I assume you validated the difference that that program made in your fall. That was presented to us when we attended, Ms. West and I attended last.
We are looking into that. We're just now starting to look into that. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Not a problem. We're not going to let that wait. You're welcome. Then for some of the resources that we do have a guide that we do put on our website, and it will be under the parent list. That really is, it basically just is a little snippet. It's a 2-pager. We have it both for the summative and the alternate, and it basically just tells what the program is about, or the assessment is about. And then it's just like a little 2-pager about the actual assessment, and it is on our, and if you all need a copy of this, I can definitely send you a copy of this. It won't be a problem for that. We also have it in Spanish, so that is our top language in Alabama, and so we do provide that in Spanish as well. We have the individual student report quick guide. That is just a little snippet. It's a 1-pager that sort of lays out the individual student report that we refer to as the ISR, so that the parent has a quick view of what that report is about. We also have recordings that Shane has completed with 2 of our staff, and we're going to be putting those out on our website very quickly. It's very short, because I heard you all last board meeting wanting to know about those resources and those recordings. So we have worked with him, and we had already started working with him to set a date for that when it was mentioned at the last board meeting. So we wanted to make sure that that is available, and it's just a way just to talk to the parents about the report and to understand the report. And if they have any questions about it, to go back to the school and talk to the school, because we do get quite a few parent calls wanting us to explain the reports to them, and we direct them back to the school. Of course, we're going to answer their questions because we are here to support the parents as well, but we want them to go back to the school and talk to the teachers especially about their child's report.
Well, that's a good communication opener.
Yes.
Who knows them best?
Yes, exactly, because we're just going by what the parent has to say. Why did my child go down? Or why didn't, so yeah, we always send them back to the district and the school. And then of course we have the ACAP summative and alternate. We do have it for the alternate as well. It is a user guide to interpreting reports that we have on our website as well. It walks through the reports that we utilize. It's not in your packet, I'm sorry. I can definitely get you a copy of all of this. But it just goes through the assessment again, what the reports are and what it is. And I believe even in here it talks about the mean and the median. It talks about that. It talks about our dashboard, of how to utilize the dashboard, the interactive reporting, where they can slice and dice the data themselves within the district. We just give them a snippet of what's available, and then we do have office hours for the educators. We're going to do one specifically for principals in the very near future to talk about some of the reports that are available, because someone had mentioned to us that that was a concern, because if they were to go in and start, we call play around in the actual reporting system, they can get lost very quickly because there's so much information in there. We want to direct them to the specific report that they're needing for their school. And so we're going to be offering a couple of office hours in the near future to be able to walk through them. We also have a focus group that we work with once a year to ask them about our interactive reporting platform. What's useful, what's not useful. So we had a group last year that we worked with that we knew that were in it. We're inviting more this year to give us some more feedback on that, because we want all of the resources that we provide, and especially around the reporting, to be very useful to the end user, and that's going to be the schools, the districts. We can go in there and say this is what we want, but until we hear what they need, then that's what we need to do. Okay, and then of course as we move to a new course of study dealing with the writing component, we have now which we did have writing, but we now have what is called text-dependent writing. It is going to be aligned to the 21 course of study. We have, with DRC, with DRC we have tips for writing a response for text-dependent. I'm not sure if I have a sample of that. I do. We do have fact sheets that we have available as well that we put out to the districts. And I'm going to Dr. Davis, I'll make sure that you have all of this again, okay? We have fact sheets. We have tips for writing a response for text-dependent writing. We have, again, frequently asked questions. We have the writing rubrics that will change this year, which we have been introducing that for a couple of years now to let them know that, well, for last year especially, that the rubrics would be changing. So we have had some PD around that, but we are going to introduce some more PD around that. And then, of course, the writer's checklist. What do the questions that the students need to make sure that they're answering on that writing. So that is within the test platform itself, but we also want to give guidance to those teachers so that they'll know how to direct the students and practice with the students on that. And then, of course, for the educators, again, we have the instructional supports. Dr. Davis's team is leading that charge where they will meet, and she has educators to come in and to look at those and add to. We are doing that in phases. I know that they just met the 1st of August, I believe it was, to revise it, and it is going to be out in October. November, the first week in November, we'll have the new instructional supports available. And then, of course, that will be for ELA. The item specifications include the retired items. Again, we wanted to make sure in a lot of the publication that we put out what it's aligned to, but again, those will be revised to also align with the new course of study. And then the performance level descriptors are what we utilize within standard setting. And those are also looked at each standard setting and looked at in if there needs to be tweaks or they need to adjust any of the performance level descriptors, and they are done so at that time. So far there haven't been, it may have been like a wordsmithing or a verbiage. They thought maybe it needed to have a verb and it didn't have a verb. And so those have been some of the minor of the last couple of years. But those will be brought out again at this standard setting for us to review. And again, we say these are not set in stone, they're living documents, living tests, living everything, because it's ever evolving as to the demand of what we're looking at each day with not only the course of study, but data. One thing that I wanted to bring out, I wanted to make sure I brought it out, is the fact that we retired test items. Those are within the item specs right now. Of course, we're going to introduce some more. We also had the retired items placed in Scantron, which Scantron is no longer after a few weeks away. So what we've done is we've grabbed those, and I'm working with Chris, she's an ed tech. No, I can't remember. Maddox. Thank you, Caitlin Maddox. Thank you. And Stacy had got me on. I'm so sorry. But working with her to get those retired items from Scantron into Schoology. And so what we're going to look at is that bank is not as large as we'd like for it to be, but we'd like to sort of look at that and look at some PD possibly around that so that some more items could be developed and placed in there as we move forward. So as we move forward, also as those items are released, we will grab those and possibly put them in there and work with some of the educators that we're already going to be meeting with to possibly write some more items because they're trained on writing those items for us for the assessments. Also, we are doing an RFP for our practice test because that has been a request with Scantron sunsetting. What are we going to do? So we're going to be in the next near future, the RFP will go out to look at a practice test for this. Okay, any resources that, and again, anything that we're not covering or we haven't thought of, please let us know and we'll definitely look at that and entertain it. Okay, and alternate resources almost mimic the summative, because in our world, what you do for one, you have to do for the other. And so that's why we always, okay, if we're doing this for the summative, what do we need to do for the alternate? Because they're just as important. So we do, again, we have the parent guides, we have the quick guide, we do have the recording that's going out as well for the parents. We have the user guide for interpreting the reports. We have the item specifications and the performance level descriptors. We do not have instructional supports at this time, but we're working with DRC and Dr. Chambers and her team as well to do what is called toolkits. It's really the instructional supports, but it's teaching the alternate teachers how to teach the standards and help those students within that will be taking the alternate. So we're working with that in hopes to roll that out. Again, it has to be in phases because you can't just do it all in one time. So we're working with them to get that completed. So that will be coming soon. And I think that's all I have right now. And so now I'm going to, do you all have any questions about the data or the resources?
Only last question I have is for you. And thank you so much for what you do.
Thank you.
But listening aids, weren't we going to add a listening
we did.
component?
Thank you for bringing that up. We did we did have field test listening this past year. We will be operational in all grades this year for listening.
All grades.
All grades. All grades. Yes, thank you. Because it gets confusing when we say writing is delayed, but listening was not. It was field tested with all grades last year.
Alternate?
Alternate does not have a listening piece.
It does not.
No, ma'am, it does not.
Thank you.
Yeah, the USDOE, we have to prove to them how we're measuring listening on the summative, but it hasn't been stated the alternate in their peer review requirements. And they also ask us, how do you capture speaking? Well, that's where we have to go back and talk to the districts and capture it from the districts to say, how do you measure speaking within yours? Because on an assessment, you can't measure speaking for that. So, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Hey, great. And now I'm going to turn it over to my team.
All right. I think one speaking is enough.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so they're going to pick up with the slide deck that you have in your packet.
So it's the one that looks like this, and I'll just walk you through it. I only have a few level setting slides that you can walk through with me, and then I'll turn over to Rick. So again, good afternoon, thanks for having us here. I'll wait for you guys to, it has this cover on it.
No.
It's in our name. No, it was in your packet. It should have been in this packet.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Wrong one.
Sorry. I want to also, as you're reaching for that, thank Charles Creel for his design on our folders. Yes, seriously. I'm not sure, he's probably hiding.
He's back there.
Thank you, Charles.
Someone need one? Charles. Okay, I'll get her mine.
Okay,
yeah.
Appreciate that.
We're gonna give it.
Does anyone else need a copy of this before we?
You got it.
We're good.
Okay.
Now that I knew what it
Great.
was, yeah.
And much of this, Rick was gracious enough to put a lot of this content onto a one-pager. It's kind of like a cheat sheet.
Thank you.
But I just wanted to share a few thoughts about kind of some ideas behind standards and assessments and how they translate into student setting and how that ends up leading into the scores that we saw today. So one of the things that I think is important to ground ourselves in is that this is all about content standards. And as you can see on your sheet, they're really just a way of naming what students should be able to do by the end of a grade. Teachers use them as guideposts. They're thought of as can-do statements, but they'll ultimately answer what students can do as a result of learning the content at the end of a grade. The question that was raised about blueprints and how blueprints operate, it's actually really relevant to the transition between standards and large-scale assessments. Large-scale assessments are intended to cover the depth, or if you want to think about the complexity of what a standard might look like, and the breadth or the scope of what's covered in a given grade over the course of a year. But they're very large grain size, right? We look at them in a way to evaluate system level process, not in progress. We're not so interested in what they mean for a student and what that means for them instructionally. US Ed and statute requires that a large-scale assessment tells us whether a student is proficient or not, because that's an important kind of point, but that the diagnostic information can be used for the system. So how does what does this mean in terms of the blueprint? Is that the large-scale assessment and what's on there and what standards are covered shouldn't be a surprise to any district or school, because they should reflect essentially the proportion of the standards that are expected in a given school year. What the hard part is understanding, because you'll often hear like, well, I covered that on the standards. Why didn't my kids know that? They might not have covered the level of complexity that's necessary to hit those things on the standards. So when we talk about items being more or less difficult, it's because they're reflecting more or less complex ideas that are embedded in the standards. So another question that came up was this idea about the item release. And items are really valuable because they essentially reflect the complexity of the standards. Standards that are about like recall are pretty straightforward items. But now that you're moving towards text-dependent writing, those kinds of items require essentially like argumentation and synthesis. Those are much more intensive items. They require more intensive evidence, but the items make that more tangible. So item releases are important because they can kind of show a teacher, oh, if I'm asking this kind of question about like identifying evidence in a text, this is what the actual test item looks like. That's not so important for understanding how to like quote unquote prep for the test, but it helps them understand maybe how a student can or cannot interact with the standard itself and how they might change their own questioning route, which is where a lot of the curriculum instruction support comes in. So if we think about those two as the big things, right? You got standards and you've got large-scale assessments. On the next page, kind of lays out how you bridge this gap between the stuff that we want people to instruct and how you get tested on it. We know that there's a ton of information to cover on a state set of standards for the courses of study for any given year or content area. But the question often is, how much is enough to say that a student is on track to be college career ready? Or in the case that we're talking about earlier, what is enough to be proficient on the assessment? That's actually entirely based on developing performance expectations. So if you think about standards as what students have to learn and the assessment as what students have to demonstrate learning, the determination of what's enough is this kind of bridging vehicle, which are the performance expectations or performance level descriptors. Rick is going to go into some greater detail about them, but they ultimately tell you that at level 1, a student should know about this much information. At level 2, they should know about this much information. At level 3, they should know about this much to be proficient. At level 4, they should know about this much information to be advanced. The specificity of the performance level descriptors have multiple types. Like Rick will describe the policy level descriptors. So they're actually very high level. They say students at this level should have minimal understanding of the standards at X grade. They should have partial understanding, they should have strong understanding, they should have advanced understanding. But then when you look at what the actual content, the meat behind those performance level descriptors look like, it actually describes the way that a student should be interacting with the standards themselves. So they're much more complex, much lengthier. I think you've shared them with the board in the past. But really, that's that bridge. So the content standards say, what should kids know at the end of each grade level? The performance level descriptors say, what should they do at each performance level, at each grade level? And then the standard setting process, ultimately, standard setting subject matter experts use these performance level descriptors. They make judgments about these items, and they say, based on the kind of evidence that we're seeing across all these items, this is what they believe that they should be able to demonstrate on the test, on this level, by this grade, as reflected by the standards. So there's really not a lot of, there's a lot in the development process, but at a very high level, the standards are at the core of all of this. The performance level descriptors, which Rick will describe, kind of translate what the standards mean in terms of expectations, and then the test just covers those expectations. So hopefully it's a way to kind of try to encapsulate all of the things that we talked about earlier, and maybe kind of put into context what the percentages really mean, because it's big, broad brushstrokes of information. The next step is, I think, as we've been talking about with our meetings the last couple of days, is how do we help the districts and schools think about really corroborating their own observations that happen instructionally over the year with whether they're seeing what the kind of progress that's moving forward or backwards. Because while we're seeing, and I think to Maggie's point earlier, everyone saw all the district tables and their school tables beneath that. So there may be a couple percentage points up or down in certain grade levels. That also means that there are going to be districts that have like 15 to 20 percentage point gains, in the same way there's going to be districts that have like 12 to 15 percentage point drops. So we have to be thinking about how to equip people to understand what the kind of the meaning behind the assessment results are and then what to do with the next. So before kind of transitioning then into like further into the weeds, if there's any questions that any.
And we do have separate, we have ELA performance level descriptors, and then we have reading performance level descriptors for second and third grade.
Thanks for that. Which takes us to the slide ACAP summative grade 3 ELA and reading. I think it just pick up where Juan left off. The whole enterprise of standard setting, saying performance standards, cut scores, performance levels, is trying to answer questions that teachers have. For example, if students took a math test and they got a score of 500, that is very real information that we can use, but it doesn't really answer questions that teachers really have. Usually the number one questions are, how much knowledge does my student really have in this math course? Or is it enough? Is it good enough for me to consider them on track to be college career ready? For reading, we have a separate question. Do they have enough reading knowledge and skills to be considered on grade in grade 3? Or in grade 2 to be on track to meet that performance standard in grade 3? So when we think about the ACAP summative test, I'm really going to dive into the grade 3 ELA and reading test, just because I know there's a lot of discussion around that test. We really think about two separate ideas. We mentioned that before, sufficiency and proficiency. So students' performances on the entire ELA test are considered a measure of ELA proficiency. Proficiency is how well a student does on an overall assessment in comparison with a set of content standards. So just as Juan was describing, how much knowledge and skill does that student have in relationship to the content standards? For reading, we want to answer a slightly different question. It's having to do with sufficiency. Is the student's reading knowledge sufficient to be considered on grade, at or above, on grade level? So that's really what we're trying to get at for the grade 3 test. On the next slide, we reiterate this distinction between proficiency and sufficiency. Again, proficiency, how well students perform on an assessment in general, for example, the ELA assessment. And then for sufficiency, whether that student's performance is high enough to be considered at or above grade level. Right on the next page, we have this slide that I think is really useful. It describes ELA proficiency versus reading sufficiency. And this is part of the performance level descriptors that Maggie and Juan talked about a few moments ago. These are specifically policy statements. They are the highest level statement of the state's intended interpretation of each of these performance levels. So for example, when a student takes the ELA test in any grade, but specifically grade 3, their performance can be classified as level 1, 2, 3, or 4. If you take a look here, these policy statements for ELA refer to the state content standards, and they describe around how much knowledge and skill a student has in ELA. So for example, level 3, a student has strong understanding of grade level standards and demonstrates the knowledge and skills at this level of learning as described in the Alabama course of study. If you take a look at the other levels, you can see that there are some differences. For example, instead of a strong understanding, a student in level 2 has a partial understanding of those things, or in level 1, a minimal understanding. Just for completeness, in level 4, the student has an advanced understanding. So you can see these statements tie the performance levels to the state content standards. There are other sets of documents that go along with these, which we call range PLDs. They're not presented here because they're a little long, but they describe for each grade and content area what knowledge and skills a student really should have. They go into depth, usually a few pages long, that say in grade 3 math, for example, these are the 80 things that we expect of a student if they are described as level 2 or level 3. I love PLDs, especially in the classroom, because they can help first a teacher understand where their student is. So for example, if a student has scored level 2 for math, they can look at the PLD and say, okay, these are skills the student probably has. They can also look at the descriptor of the next level to get some idea of what the student needs to know in order to move up in terms of performance levels. Teachers do this on their own all the time, of just saying, what do students need next? The PLDs can help support that. So that's specifically for ELA. For reading, again, thinking about sufficiency. So it has the same flavor to it, but we're, again, asking a different question. Does the student have enough knowledge and skills? So here, if you look at the policy statements for reading, they're making a reference to the reading proficiency expectations. So for example, look at or above grade level. Students in this level meet the reading requirement in grade 3. They have sufficient understanding of the current grade's reading content standards and are reading at grade level in grade 3. So again, it's all about, do they have enough knowledge and skills? Now ultimately, those expectations will be based on the content standards, because the reading content standards, or really I should say the reading portion of the ELA standards, are what guide those that statement. But ultimately, the policy statements tie back to this idea of sufficiency. So right on the next slide, I want to talk a little bit more about the standard setting workshops, because we talked about it a lot just today, it's over the course of the last year. And I should say, special thanks go to this whole group for thinking about performance standards, standard setting, and cut scores. At standard setting workshops, Alabama educators have been convened to think about the knowledge and the skills expected of students at each performance level. And this is a big task. What we've asked them to do is to read the performance level descriptors, think about the content standards, look at test questions, make judgments that lead to cut scores. The way they do this is using a process called the yes/no egg-off procedure, as I mentioned before. They look at the test questions and think about students with different performance levels. So for example, for ELA, they might think deeply about a student who's level 4, that advanced level of understanding, and look through the test questions and ask themselves, would that student who's just barely in that level 4 be expected to get question number 1 correct, question number 2 correct, 3 correct, 4 correct, and all the way down the list. Through a set of conversations and iterative decision making, they recommend cut scores. These cut score recommendations link the test, the PLDs, the policy statements that we just looked at, and the content statements. It's an important piece of our validity process, because it's this process that links the cut scores to the content standards. That is, if we make a claim that a student has scored a certain level on the grade 7 math test, for example, we describe their performance as level 3. We want to be able to tie that back to the content standards. We want to be able to say that student has solid understanding of these content standards. And the standard setting process is how we do it. We bring together groups of Alabama teachers. They go through, I don't want to call it a grueling process, but it's
I'm going to say it's very intense, because I made a statement earlier. The educators leave there drained because of the process that they go to, and they will tell you that it's some of the best PD that they get. And one thing that I wanted to say, one of the hardest is not that the work in itself is hard, but for them to step outside of their classroom. We have to tell them and redirect them not quite often, but remember, this is the state as a whole. Don't think about just your child, because they'll come up and tell the facilitator, well, my child will be, well, remember, not just your child, the whole state of Alabama. How would they fare with this?
Yeah, I think that's really important to have them think about not just their own building, not their own classroom, but think about the entire state. And that can be tough. It really can be tough. And that's one of the reasons why we have diverse committees of educators coming from all across the state with different backgrounds, but they have really rich conversations. I want to say just specifically for reading, we had a group of 12 educators come together last summer to make cut score recommendations for reading, and that's what started this whole conversation. That group, they made 2 sets of recommendations actually. They first recommended the cut scores for grades 2, 3, 4 ELA. So they went through this process, thought about level 1, 2, 3, 4 for ELA. And then they recommended cut scores for reading in grades 2 and 3. Specifically, they thought about that cutoff point for grade 3 and then for grade 2. That process used the same overall structure, the yes/no egg-off process, thinking about performance level descriptors, looking at test questions, but it had a couple other components as well. We recognized that teachers knew that students could be faced with a retention policy, with a high stakes decision. And they carried the weight of that. They absolutely did. So what we did is, during the reading standard setting, most of the standard setting was very content focused. That is focused just on the knowledge and skills that were expected of students in each, or above and below the cut score. At the end of the process, though, we did share with them impact data, the percent of students that would be above or below the cut score, just like the percentages that you've been looking at here today. As you can imagine, you felt the weight of those numbers when you looked at the data. They felt the weight of those numbers when they went through this process as well. And we led them through a conversation. we showed them what percentage of students would be above or below the cut score based on their original cut score of recommendation of 486. We asked them, what would it look like if this cut score were adjusted by conditional standard error measure? Take away 1 standard error, 2 standard error, looking at the impact data, and we asked them, does this seem reasonable? And this group, they said, yes, it does seem reasonable. If you take our recommendation and were to lower it by 2 standard errors, for example, it does seem reasonable. They understood the logic and they understood what would happen with the impact data.
And Mark was in with that group. I didn't know if he wanted to share anything else from that.
I mean, I can tell you that group had an incredibly challenging task in front of them, because they actually get to do extra work. In addition to the same work as in other subject areas, they also get the additional task of taking this very set of serious decisions. And so while this is all grounded in content, they have to feel the weight of that and the responsibility of making those decisions. So I can tell you that certainly they engaged in this very structured process with the fidelity. It was carefully constructed, it wasn't arbitrary. Lots of rich conversations about this. It's not data driven, it's frankly really driven a lot by just entirely grounded in this content. But in the broader context, ultimately, this is going to translate to student scores, and there's impact of applying those scores. So, I can tell you if you brought any member of that group, they would say exactly that. It was really hard, really engaging. It is excellent professional development. It's also really serious protocol for these things too. So, having seen a lot of these and been involved in a lot of high stakes assessments, it was really just ideal for the kinds of things that you're trying to move forward with in policy in the state.
Thank you so much. Just to flash forward something I'll hit on later on, and we've covered a lot of some of this stuff after this point, so we'll go through it quickly. But I just want to say while we're here, we did have 2 people from the July 2021 standard setting participate in the May 2022 standards validation. As we had a group come together to look at the reading data after the spring 2022 testing window ended. And those standard setters told us that it was a grueling process. They learned a lot, but it was a lot in that process. And they did feel that they made good content-based decisions. I guess just carrying forward, I do want to touch a little bit more on the way that we actually implement the cut scores and how we translate those cut scores into the performance levels that you see here. So on the next slide in your packets, proficiency for grade 3 ELA, this is just a reminder that what we did is we took the cut scores that were recommended at the standard setting and we divided students into 4 different performance levels based on those cut scores. So here you can see here the level 3 cut score is 516. So students who score 515 or below are in levels 1 and 2. Students who score 516 or better are in level 3 or above. And you can see how that works with the other ones as well. So we took the cut scores from the standard setting and we applied them to students. Ultimately, our task is to classify students' performances on the test into different performance levels. And through the standard setting, we can link these performance levels to the state content standards. We can say students who score at level 4 have advanced understanding of the content standards. We do something similar for grade 3 reading. On the next page, the sufficiency for grade 3 reading. We take the cut score, and here the implemented cut score was 452. Students who score 452 or above, they are classified as at or above grade level. Students 451 and below grade level. Just a quirk here, when we think about reading, we're only thinking about the reading component of the ELA test. So it's the same larger test that's used to put students in those 4 performance levels. But here for reading, we're just thinking about the reading components.
Back to your previous slide, where you had levels 1, 2, 3, and 4. And the cut score for level 2, for level 2 is 434. Right? So proficient would be level 2, 3, and 4. But I thought we referenced level 3 and 4 before as proficient. Help me to understand that disconnect.
Yeah, you have it almost right. You're absolutely right that level 3 and 4 are considered proficient. Levels 1 and 2 are not considered proficient. So we still do divide students' performances below proficient into 2 levels. So students who are at level 1 and 2, not proficient. Students 3 and 4 are proficient.
So for the retention level, we were promoting students who are not proficient according to their own analysis. Because let me finish. I know you know the answer before I even ask it, but I like to have the privilege of asking. So if in fact level 2 students in this diagram were below the cut score of proficiency, they were still, for our release and our promotion policy, promoted even though we didn't believe, according to some of the descriptors you had, that they could read, to use a more broad term, according to our standards.
I think there's one important caveat with that when we think about level 1, 2, 3, 4, that is based on performance on the entire ELA test. So that includes reading and writing, language, all those things. The reading decision is based only on reading. So it's entirely possible that students would perform differently on the non-reading components of the ELA test than they would on the reading component.
But you didn't provide us data on that one, right?
On the
you said, what is the retention while reading itself, right?
That's right.
You didn't provide, you provided us the grade 3 ELA data.
The next slide.
The next slide.
Yes, sir.
But I don't see it broken down. I see the numbers, but I don't see it broken down by grade level.
It's not the level 1, 2, 3, 4.
No, there's only 2 levels. It's
So-
below or above.
But if I were to make an inference from the 2 slides, one ELA and one ELA reading, the 252 score compared to the other score, which would be level 1, I have no indication from that slide above 454 how many of those persons actually at level 2. Those are level 2, 3, and 4 as I look at that data. So if I infer one data analysis to another, perhaps we are in fact promoting students as we're claiming they're at grade level when they may be in level 2 and not at grade level. Help me just, because I have to explain this to legislators who look at the numbers that are not proficient. By being able to read standard, not by some cut score we set. There are cut scores we set, and there's an actual performance criteria that students who receive 4th grade teachers who receive 3rd grade students that are deemed to be proficient, and when they show up in their 4th grade, which is what I've talked about. There's one thing about retaining 3rd graders. It's another thing about being a 4th grade teacher and receiving students from the 3rd grade. And there's 2 different perspectives.
Would it be appropriate if we did like a little research brief on what he's talking here? That way he would have that in hand to be able to provide to those
I think it's important for Dr. Mackey to be able to provide.
Yes, sir. And I think that we can work on that.
So
And that way we'll have it in writing for anyone that.
I was going to reference the press release that came out today later, but since we're talking about, and some of your associates, back when I say these are level 2, they're not proficient, but we're claiming they are nodding their heads like I might be correct, but I'm probably oversimplifying it, but
no,
I'm looking at it from a 4th grade teacher's perspective versus a 3rd grade teacher's perspective, and what it means to be able to read.
Absolutely. I definitely understand what you were saying, and we'd be very happy to do more analysis of that exact question. The one thing I would leave you with is on that particular topic, again, going back to the difference between proficiency and sufficiency, that the cut scores for ELA, the level 1, 2, 3, 4, those cut scores, were designed to describe how much knowledge and skills a student has versus the content standards. For reading, we are doing a deep dive into reading, asking specifically, is a student at or above reading grade level? The reading, I have to say, it is qualitatively different, because we're dealing with just the reading component. And it's important to think of it as kind of a different question. But we would be very happy to do some.
So what do you think the fourth grade teacher looks at? Proficient or sufficient?
Fourth grade's gonna do proficient.
So that's what I've been,
Exactly. Right.
I think I've been pretty clear in the perception of this student's promotion from the third grade teacher's perspective, from the fourth grade teacher's perspective. And maybe the law envisions the perspective of the fourth grade teacher more than we are, because they don't want students promoted who cannot read or be proficient. I think that's in the language of the law. And I think that's where we're playing games and numbers, which will, and I'm not just trying to play games as a statistician, but I'm talking about as a parent. If you tell me my student is capable of being promoted to the fourth grade, are you telling me he's proficient enough in reading to be a fourth grader, or he's kind of almost there?
Yeah.
Because the parents have to interpret promotions to be things, not to do an anecdotal story, but I had a person at one time that gave high grades because she didn't want to hurt the self-esteem of the students. But then at the end she thought they should be retained because they weren't qualified to proceed to the next grade. When I as superintendent wouldn't allow her to retain the grades, she was not happy, because I said those students, by your own admission, are not proficient enough to progress. So that's what we're doing.
I think we can definitely take that direction, and during this next analysis that we do, we can look at that question. What is that difference? What does it look like in implementation between the proficiency for ELA and sufficiency for reading? As one mentioned before, part of the challenge of setting this kind of performance standard during the COVID age is we can only depend on the data so much. But now that we have more data, now we have another year of data we're about to have.
We're going to run out of the opportunity to blame everything on COVID.
I think
and that's the world that I live in,
yeah.
Where the opportunity to blame everything on COVID is rapidly evaporating.
I hear you. I think the one benefit is because we are moving on, we now have this opportunity to do more data-intensive work, and so I think we can pick up that analysis.
And I'm going to say, I made a statement earlier that all of this is living documents. All of this work is continually moving forward, and if you have specific questions, please let us know so that we can address those. And if, just like this, we will come back with sort of like a research analysis or a little brief. That way, it'll be available for anyone. We really need to put that in some type of an information guide for all to know. And so we've started an information guide already. We have the bones of it, and we'll be publishing that very soon.
Y'all have done a fantastic job, and I don't mean to.
So you're fine. You're fine.
Because one of the things, the department has released a press release on test scores. And I don't know if you've seen it yet or not, but the emphasis has been the improvement. And the press release talks about proficiency. And 30% of Alabama's students meeting proficiency expectations in math. Sounds good. But what about the legislator or the parent or the school system that says 70% didn't? I guess that's what I've got to go back to my district and deal with. Not the 30%, great, we improved, but we have 70% that are not proficient. And I think we've got to prepare. I mean, the press release is perfect from a positive perspective, but many of the individuals who read that are going to say, I can subtract 30 from 100 and get 70. Even as
3+.
I mean, that's where, not just to me, but I mean, have you already seen? Assume you saw the press release before it was put out. We released it at 3 o'clock, 1500 military time. And I get it. I'm not that I interpret it, I receive it. So I'm looking at it, all the charts, and they show great, because the numbers go up to 30, but they don't show the down number. It's like making a chart is wonderful if you get to determine the parameters. So you show 30 and the parameters up to only 50, it doesn't go to 100 to show it's a short stack. And I guess that's where we're going to be moving forward.
I was gonna say, I think at that point, that's when we have an opportunity to say, we have the blueprint, what we're doing instructionally to try to improve. That's what we've been saying, what do we wanna do? And talking to Ms. Martin, what are we gonna do to go forward? And I think they're laying out things, it's just a way of us marketing what we're doing. We know 30% were proficient, 70 were not. We know we're not where we need to be, but this is where we're moving forward and the things we're putting in place. Not just with the superintendents and the principals and the teachers, but even down to the parents. And I think that's what we gotta communicate. That we're not happy with where we are by any means, but now that we have the data to look at where we are, we now can determine what we need to do to go forward. And that's why we've been asking for this. So you all set the tone for us at this point.
I think one thing we've learned, we gotta learn communication.
Right. And I think the rest of the slides just sort of still walk through the standard setting and some of the ways we got that. So if you have any questions, please let us know, and I'll get to you the documents that I've promised you. And again, if you have any questions, you all just let us know.
Where to find you.
Yes, ma'am, you know where to find me. Yeah.
Very thorough job. Thank you.
I'm gonna leave you.
Y'all see what's happening? I set the lower limit. Leave me here on an island.
Boy, that is
And
so
safe
good.
travels.
I tell you, that's. Thank you
very much.
I
To
appreciate
thank them for the presentation. At this point, we have Paul Bonner, which I'm not sure if any of you really have had an opportunity to meet. Paul Bonner, he is the coordinator of accountability. So he's here today to kind of give us somewhat of an overall view. Now that we have the data, we have to plug that data into the accountability system. So Paul is going to share with you some slides relative to accountability systems. Because this year we have an additional challenge due to one of the laws that were recently passed about how do we count English learners into the accountability system. We have a slightly different viewpoint of how we need to make certain we are developing the accountability system. So that's the reason why, no, that is not a typographical error there. We really will have like 2 accountability systems. So, Paul.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody.
Hello.
Good news is just about 4 slides.
Oh, yeah.
That's all there is to it, okay? And Ms. Washington is, thought it would be worth a standing ovation. Ms. Washington is absolutely correct. This is the first time that we've ever added an S to accountability system in Alabama for systems. The good news is the federal system and the state system will be comprised of the exact same indicators. It'll be the same indicators that our districts are used to seeing since we first launched our full Alabama Education Report Card back in the fall of 2018. And as you are probably very well aware, we do categorize our schools into 2 configurations. Schools that have a grade 12, you can see the indicators listed for them there. Schools that do not have a grade 12, and you'll notice that schools that do not have a grade 12 obviously will not have a grad rate or a college and career readiness rate to go along with it. So that is all going to be exactly as it has been in the past. One of the differences we're going to do this year is with the federal accountability system, surprise, surprise, we're going to fulfill federal requirements to name support schools throughout the state. The US DOE has told us no ifs, ands, or buts about it. We'll do that this year, so we're going to happily comply. The information that is determined based on the state accountability system will be used to fulfill Alabama Act 2012-402, which is commonly referred to as the letter grade law. And we'll take the total points that are earned for the state system, and we'll produce letter grades A, B, C, D, or F. Again, like we have done in the past, we'll separate them out this year with the 2 systems. This is what Ms. Washington was alluding to as we began. For the 2 systems, the difference in the indicators really just comes down simply to academic achievement. The remaining 5 indicators will look exactly the same in both systems. federal law states that we do not have to use an English learner who is within their first or second year of being in a school in the U.S. in our academic achievement calculation. State law, Senate Bill 170 that was passed earlier in this legislative system, says that we will not be using English learners who, number one, are not proficient on the access, and number two, have been in the U.S. for less than 5 years. If they meet those two things, we're not going to use them to determine state academic achievement. Federal law doesn't allow us to bring an additional assessment in to determine. It only allows us to remove students based on number of years in the U.S. And that is why we have two systems now. Because we have a federal achievement requirement, we have a state achievement requirement. That's what split the two for us this year. And then finally, since we do have a new state system, we are all very well aware since the fall of 2013, Alabama has produced an annual failing schools list. That will be based on the students who comprise the comprise the state accountability system. But please know it's not a result of the entire system. It's only looking at unweighted academic proficiency. It's not looking at overall system. What does look at the overall state accountability system is the legislative performance recognition program schools. And those are our schools that are we consider to be high performing because they're in the top 25% based on total points that they earned in the state system, or they've demonstrated great improvement by coming up at least one letter grade from the last iteration of the systems when they were ran. And that is what we will expect this fall.
Wow.
From accountability using all the data that Maggie presented to you a little bit ago.
I do have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
First one today, I think. I just want to confirm a question that was brought to my attention from a superintendent in my district, and he said, I'm having trouble with EL students coming to my district, and they may stay, parents may be working locally in a particular field like agriculture, and they may stay for 4 weeks.
Correct.
And then they're gone.
And it just so happened they took an assessment while they were there.
Bingo. Correct. And so his words were, and that will count as a dropout against our district if, and then he had several other sentences. And I said, I will bring this to the board table for discussion because if it's happening in that industry in District 2, it's certainly happening in the Wiregrass, it's happening in the coastal area.
Yes, ma'am.
So how do we address that for those districts?
I'll answer that for you in two parts.
Okay.
One part would be that I would refer to the Prevention and Support Office because you specifically mentioned dropouts.
Yes.
In the accountability section, we do not determine graduation rate. That's a number that's provided to us. And then we put it in the system and determine points based off of it. I would be well out of turn to try to speak to how the dropouts work, but we can certainly figure out that from someone in prevention and support and give some help on that. When it comes to the achievement and the growth and the progress of English language proficiency, we do calculate those numbers in my section. However, they're based on full academic year students. So a student is only used within the accountability systems if they, number one, had a assessment record at the school or the district, and secondly, were in that school or within that district for 85% of the school year. So those young men that are coming in and going out, or those young ladies that are moving around, if they don't establish at least an 85% enrollment period, they are not used in the accountability system.
In that district, or if they move and register in another district?
In either district. They've got to establish 85%.
They've got to be there 85% of the year.
What we consider a full academic year student, and that's 85% of the year.
They have to be in, now Paul, I'm gonna look at you and you
Okay.
correct me. They have to be in a school for 85% of the year to count on that school's report card.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But if they are in Alabama 85% of the year, but they're in 7 different schools, they will count on our state report card, but they won't count on any individual school's report card. Am I right about that, or
that is correct?
Oh Lord, I can't believe it.
You are correct.
So they could count on our state report card.
Right. And not
But
count
they
at a
won't
school.
count on a school report
Or
card, which
even
is
a
why
district.
sometimes things don't add up to 100%.
That's
because we
correct.
have those students.
Absolutely.
So we're issuing report cards now? With
Yes,
letters?
sir. As soon as we've had the opportunity to run and to validate, we are. You'll have to forgive me. I'm a product of Miss Washington and Miss Martin. We're going to look at it 37 times before we start to look at it the first time before we let it out of this building. So yes, sir. After we get done with all of our processes, our plan is to produce a report card this fall.
I saw a recent report of a $15 million allocation to a number of schools, and I guess there was a reference to failing schools in the article. And it didn't really distinguish how much amounts were going to Dr. Mackey, those schools, or is there, each one got $1 million or what, and how those schools were determined, or who determined those schools in the department, or you, or whatever, because I had one school and there was none in district, but they weren't really by district but there were 15 schools with, and everybody talks about equitable distributions of money, but that money was given out for some criteria. Can you help me to understand that as we're looking at failing schools, since that was a reference in that article?
Okay. I can talk to about the schools. I don't know about the article. I'm not sure I read that article. But those 15 schools are the governor's turnaround schools. It's a special initiative that the governor announced in her State of the State that she wanted to choose a number of schools and do surround services, non-traditional from what we have done. So in other words, traditionally, what we do as the Department of Education is we focus on academics, and we, through the Reading Initiative, through AMSTI, Office of School Improvement, we go in and work on academic improvements where there's academic need, especially with the CSI schools, so Comprehensive School Improvement, as requires, Mr. Bonner mentioned, under federal law. But these are schools, we used a matrix to determine. So we looked at schools that were kind of persistently on the underperforming list, the 6%, lowest 6% of elementary schools. Governor wanted us to only look at elementary schools. Remember that most of the schools on the lowest performance 6% are high schools and middle schools because of the way the testing is done. So their achievement level is simply lower in high school and middle school than in elementary schools typically. So there are fewer elementary schools. So look at elementary schools and look at persistence. So not just in one snapshot which ones were at the bottom, but who seems to be struggling from year to year to year. And so we originally identified 16. That's also been some confusion because we identified 16, but one of them converted into a charter school here in Montgomery County. So they're already in their own reformation process with an outside charter agency that's coming in to manage that school. So we didn't want to put them in this too. So those schools, the governor wanted to move really fast. Remember, the project doesn't really start till October 1st when the money comes in. But we did two things. One, we took the $10 million that she had set aside and then pulled in Dr. James Wright and Professional Development Services to work with them on developing a plan for their school. So rather than, okay, everybody's going to use this new product or this whatever, most of them have a lot of products, but what is a plan for your school? And what most of the schools have told us is they really struggle with staff, getting staff turnover, the number of adults per child, and mental health and social services, not for the children, but for the families, because they're economically disadvantaged, struggling communities around them. So they have turned into us plans for, hey, this is what we want money for. And we're working with them now to get, okay, we're going to get you the funding to fund your plan. there's 5 million of that 10 million is stipulated by the legislature for auxiliary teachers. And that's a little different because what happened is there was a bill moving through the legislature that said we're going to take the model we use in our pre-K classrooms to put an extra adult trained auxiliary teacher with an elementary teacher, and we're going to try this in some elementary schools. The bill failed, but the matching line item in the budget passed. So I asked legislative leadership and the governor, could we take that $5 million and apply it to these 15 schools? So we'll do the auxiliary teachers as anticipated by the bill, even though it failed, but we will do it in these schools. So they will also have money to hire auxiliary teachers separate from the standalone 10 million. So those are, and as you mentioned, they're not geographically, equally divided across the state, apportioned across the state, but I think it absolutely goes to the point that I hear from you guys, ladies, a lot, and that is we should be putting our money where we have our biggest needs. And that's what that has been a big push in our discussion for the legislature for the last 4 years. Thus, when the Reading Literacy Act passed, we said, we're not going to have, so we have one in-service, those are not by school board districts, by in-service districts. We have one in-service district that has like 2 state reading coaches, and we have another in-service district that has 30 state reading coaches. Why? Because that's where the schools are lower performing, where the needs are. So we're trying to drive resources to need, and then we've never done that in this state before. So it is a little different. This is a new project, and I've been meeting with the governor and her staff members about it. They're very interested in it because what we're building is a model, basically. So we're going to try it. I can promise you 12 months from now, we're going to say some of this didn't work. We're going to have to adjust. But the idea is, and what she's expressed to me is, I want us to build a model where we go into a community that is consistently underperforming, where the school and the whole community around the school is systemically struggling, and see if we can not just throw money at it, but target needs in that community and see if we can turn it around. And I think, it's I'd say by the superintendents, it's been well received. They like the idea of let's go in and let's do something. These are struggling schools. For instance, one of these schools did at Christmas last year, now as low performing as it is, did not have a reading coach. Not because they didn't try, not because we didn't fund it. They could not find a reading coach that would go work at that school. Now we as the state provided the state support coach, but they didn't have a local reading coach. Well, if you're one of the lowest performing 15 elementary schools in the state and you don't have a reading coach, so what can we do? So we're trying to supplement. That's, one of the things they can use the money on is, well, can we pay supplements to try to get people in here? One of the schools hired an excellent principal. They've turned principals over pretty much every year. They don't fire principals. They leave. And at Christmas, the teacher left, the principal left and went to, this is an inner city school, the principal left and went to a suburban school. Principal got a big raise. So one of the things they can do is use the money to try to keep and retain staff. So anyway, they're each working on their own plan, which will make it even more difficult because it's not one thing everywhere. But as that progresses, we'll keep you up to date on how it's working. And I have a lot of hope for it because I think we can build a model where we go into a community and say, okay, we're gonna take this, not just target this school, but everything around this school and try to do a program. So that's how they were determined. We just used a matrix, not just what Mr. Bonner is talking about, but all that information went into it, but trying to find the most persistently struggling schools.
I have no question. I looked at the process, and I'm glad I only have one school
Yes,
in it, you know, and when I mentioned you, you said you knew the school, and I think it's a great idea, and it's good for us to develop a model. And perhaps other schools can use their ESSER money, which is in the national news, is not being spent, and I don't have an answer to that either, but this is not the time to discuss it, to follow this model, and I think it's a great idea, and I'm glad you got it from 10 to 15 million.
Do you think you'll bring us a program once this gets further down, like bring a presentation so that we can understand
Yes, ma'am.
what each school is doing? I imagine they'll have flexibility in hiring and all sorts of other things that traditional school may not be.
We will. I'm meeting with our consultant next week, Tuesday or Wednesday next week. He's coming in. And of course, it really just launches in October. Our thinking was we'd get a couple, we'd get a couple months in,
First of the
bring
year,
it.
maybe?
But yes, I think that's probably good around the first of the year. I want to do something, I want to have that discussion before the legislature reconvenes, because I've already, made these discussions last year, like don't even give us this money and start this if you're not willing to do it for multiple years. You can't go into one of these communities, pour in a lot of money for 6 months and say, oh gosh, we fixed that, let's move to something else. Like they're truly struggling communities. And it's my hope that, because we're also working with the Department of Early Childhood on pre-K in these communities, we're working with the Department of Mental Health for services, not for the children in those schools, but, because we already have that, but for the families. And we're working with the Department of Human Resources. And
Are we addressing food insecurity at all?
we will be. So one of the things, and I won't say, some of them may have that in their plan, I can't remember, but we think that to make this work, it's going to have to be, this is the foundation, but we're going to have to build out and identify what are the other issues.
The wraparounds.
Yes, ma'am. And some of it is, you would not be surprised that one of the real problems in most of these schools is attendance. And that they do not have, largely, going back to what was asked of Mr. Bonner a minute ago, the same kids at the end of the year they have at the beginning of the year. So they're extremely transient communities. And so even though they're consistently struggling, it's not the same kids necessarily from year to year to year, because there's lots of transients and lots of attendance issues. So we'll, that's anyway. To her credit, I appreciate that the governor said, let's go in and try something unique and different in these struggling communities and see what we can be done. And I didn't promise any results. I said these are tough. These are tough areas. These are some areas where the police don't like to go in some cases, but we have to, but we've got kids there who are coming to school, counting on us to educate them. So
And even though it's 15 million in 15 schools, I wouldn't think it would necessarily mean 1 million per school based on the assessment and the kind of services.
That's right.
You determine as you deal with 15 individual needs assessments.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And Dr. Mackey, it's a related question, Dr. Reynolds, it's not exactly that same thing, but when we had our retreat and we had that magnificent panel with Bonnie Short and Sandy Ledwell and Melissa Shields and our new math director, Dr. Anderson, thank you. One thing they suggested as they're working with schools is that we, the board, implement some non-negotiables. And they said that they can advise, they can assist, they can go in, but they need more tools. And they were actually thinking more positive, like more positive incentives, that sometimes they feel, I think, or I got the impression, that they felt there was a limit to what they could do. And that, that they would go in and work and work and work, and like you said, then the principal moves. And it's like they have to start all over again. And so, and then sometimes they would advise, and for whatever reason, a million different reasons, they chose not to do it, and then, but would call them again when their scores didn't go up, you know? So, that's nothing I want you to answer today, necessarily, but just to say that if your excellent team that you have can come up with some sort of plan for non-negotiables for these long-term underperforming schools, I think that would really help those people who work every day in those schools.
Yeah. Good plan. I do want to, that's an excellent point, and I do want to go back while Paul Bonner's here. He does a great job. He got the short end of the stick coming after all that assessment, which was good information. But I want to remind you that the report card has to be posted by December 31st. The last one we did in November, you know, that was pre-pandemic. We plan to try to do it in November again this year, but we'll hit the target December 31st. But as some of you remember, you know, there's been a period there where the department missed the target year after year, and when we came in, Dr. Boyd and I said, we're going to hit the target. I think the first year we got it out like December 30th, but we hit the target. But we are going to try to do it in November this year. We'll let the districts know. We'll let you know before it goes live. But there will be this difference now that we have two different systems. And I know some of you remember, I remember sitting in the audience as Dr. Ed Richardson was in this seat on the stage and said, whatever you do, don't ever go to two accountability systems. And but the legislature's now created a second accountability system for us, so it's not, you know, it's nothing we can do about it. So anyway, it's going to create some confusion, I think, because there will be two systems, and the one is required by federal law and the one's required by state law, and in all likelihood they won't match. Now, in most districts they will. If you don't have a large EL population, they will match. But if you have a large EL population, they won't necessarily match. And so it'll be, you know, the one now that'll be front-facing on our website has to be the one approved by the feds, and so that'll be the one that will not be tied to the A through F. You'll have to do some digging to find an A through F now, because under federal law, that is our state report card. It has to be. It has to match. I know this is, you see there's a federal system, a state system, but basically, I'm going to play a little bit with the wording here. There's actually two state systems. One of them meets federal law, and one of them doesn't.
There you go.
And the one that does meet federal law is the one that when people click on state report, they're going to get. But we will link to the state so people can also get the A through F report card if they want to. You know, I don't know that right now all the other indicators are the same. That could change. We hear lots of news about, well, they might change this or change that. But just know that's out there. We've talked to districts about it. But that doesn't mean, as y'all well noted, just because we talk to districts about it doesn't mean parents understand it. So they see these differences, what's it mean. But we feel pretty good about where we're going on the report card. And you know that there's points for achievement. You see the data here. There's points for growth, which you see that data too. Looks really good. In a lot of districts, looks really good. And then, of course, attendance and or chronic absenteeism, and in the high school graduation rate, the CCR rate, and there's another one I missed.
EL. That's progressive English language proficiency.
Progressive English learners proficiency. So we'll, but it'll be coming, and we'll keep you up to date, and you will know well ahead of time when they're going to be posted, and we'll make sure you get the ones for your district as quickly as we can get them, so you get them a little ahead of them going public, going live. If you need Paul Bonner, Angela Martin knows how to get him, and he's extremely good at this stuff.
Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Literacy task force can be pretty fast, I think. So here's what we have. I'll give you these and make sure I got the right
Has to
one.
be at the same
So
time.
the question was simply, for me, you know, last month I took the new numeracy elementary math task force and laid out who was on it and who, you know, who they're appointed by and those kind of things. And the question was, can you do the same thing for literacy? So what you see here, the law, they rewrote the law this year and redid the appointments. So under the old law, there were minimum number of appointments, and then I made additional appointments to the task force, partially to make, well, pretty much so we would have geographic and racial balance, because we did not in the original appointments. But the revision of the law takes that authority away from me and says, no, we're going to have this limited number of people, which is fine with me. But so there are 2 public education teachers appointed by AEA.
And so for example, Ms. Terrain is in Decatur City, but Athens Board, there's 2 different districts. I don't understand that phrase. Just because it happened to be the first one, Athens is in my district, Decatur is not. It says District 7, so I don't know. Do you understand what I'm asking?
I do, but I was still on page 1.
Right.
So let me look.
Let's finish page.
I'm too fast on that.
2 Education Association. She is in Board District 7, in-service region, Athens.
Okay.
Then Anna Bayhel is March City. She is in-service region, UNA, Board District 7.
Okay.
And those are, so both of Alabama Education Association's appointees are from District 7. One is in the UNA in-service region, one's in Athens in-service region. The special education teacher is appointed by the state superintendent. The dyslexia, we have 3 certified academic dyslexia therapists, and those are all appointed by the Alabama branch of the IDA. You see those. 2 public school principals appointed by the executive director of the class. 1 superintendent appointed by SSA. 1 local board member appointed by AASB. And this is new, a national expert in literacy appointed by the state superintendent of education. And Dr. Kim Yana Burke is serving in that role. She was the Bonnie Short of Mississippi. She's retired from that job and works now for Excel in Ed, and has agreed to serve. 1 early childhood educator appointed by Dr. Cooper. 1 dean of education appointed by Jim Purcell. And then 7 additional members, 4 appointed by the governor and 3 by the state superintendent. And these are where we are now, and the governor and I still have to get together on those appointments. We've been asked by the legislature to shake things up, so we don't have those appointments done yet. Some of these have been reappointed, some have been removed, but what you see now are the old appointments, okay? And so some of them will change as we go forward.
I think some of the districts, is it by in service center district? Because like Boaz is not District 7, right down Rhonda Smith. And then they've got one from USA, well, like Sonia Yates. She's not from Board District 5. She's from 1. She's you.
I think I'll go back and look at those 4 districts, but yeah, they're not. That was not right.
And I'm not in District 5. I love you dearly, darling.
I think they obviously used a different district on some of those.
Yeah.
That the in-service region, it looks to me like they've got the in-service number.
Yeah.
And where the Board district is, some of them. The first one's right, because those are both District 7, but we'll go back and work on that.
That's minor.
But the question was, what are the appointments? Here they are.
Thank you.
There are 4 additional appointments by the governor. She has not made those. and 3 additional appointments by the state superintendent, and I have not made mine. And they're, so anyway, we have to make those pretty soon. But we decided in working with her office that we would wait till all the other appointments were done first, and then we would come back. And my only commitment is that I will use one of my appointments to appoint one of you, and I suppose that'd be Ms. Ziegler unless she wants to quit. So, and I don't want to put her on the spot to tell me that now, but.
Do they meet in person?
Yes, they do.
They meet in person, they have done some Zoom meetings, but they
don't have an option.
I'm sorry, y'all, they interrupted my question, Dr. Mackey.
They meet in
They do
person.
meet in person.
You were explaining that. Okay.
Yes, sir.
We do.
Okay, so.
These people, if they don't attend, do they get reported to you, appointers?
Well, I don't know about that.
I don't know how well they attend. That's a question that came up about whether it's great to have them appointed, but do they show up or do they rescind their appointment, or how do you react? I don't know.
Sure. So most of them are very faithful in attendance. They've had a couple of resignations because people couldn't keep serving.
Kaylin is
also
on twin maternity leave. She has twins.
They had some.
That's hard.
Some have not been necessarily good in attendance, and and not come back, or said they don't want to come back. They are, unlike the numeracy and numeracy, this is where I was going, those appointments have to be reappointed every other year, and they can serve up to 2 terms. So people can only serve on the numeracy task force for 4 years. These are essentially appointments for life unless they resign, though they all had to be reappointed because the legislature changed the law and said that we're essentially abolishing the old task force, reappointing it, but most of the appointing authority is just to reappointed the person who was already on there. And so, again, we haven't heard from all of them yet, but they're still functioning. They're not waiting to see, who's going to be the new one until some of that's done.
Thank you, because we keep hearing from the literacy task force, and sooner or later I said, who are they? So that was great. You did a good job. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, we'll give you more when all the final appointments are done. Let's go back where we were. Special Education Services, Dr. DeLee Chambers is waiting patiently right there.
And Jackie,
somebody on our staff, if we don't have any fresh coffee, would somebody please make sure something's made, because I'm thirsty.
So thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today to give you an update, especially here at the end of the day. 95,245 children with disabilities is the number of children that were reported on the November 1 child count last year. That's 12.73% of the percent of enrolled students in Alabama. And so I've always felt like this board supports our children with disabilities, and so I appreciate your interest and your questions and the opportunity to talk to you about the plan that our section has for helping students achieve their potential and increase their outcomes. So I've had this position for 1.5 years, so it's probably too late for me to claim new, but I am still kind of new-ish. And so I'll take you back just through a little bit of history. 1.5 years ago, then the section went through looking at how we're structured, the organization of the teams, the assignments to the teams, just to make sure that all the staff members were situated to best help the districts, help the students with disabilities. As part of that, we worked with a lot of technical assistance centers around the nation, and so one of the groups helped us capture our vision. And so as you can see from that slide, our approach with districts is positive, supportive, data-based, and balanced. The important part about balanced is that you probably know that in special ed there's a lot of compliance. There's federal law, there's paperwork, there's IEPs, and so the compliance can take over if we don't keep the compliance in check and then also look at the results. And so we wanted to make sure that we could balance our discussions around compliance and results. So we knew in order to improve results for students with disabilities that the first part was positioning staff to do that, but also we knew we needed to partner with outside people to really have the effect and the impact that we wanted to have. And I know student assessment brought a lot of depth and a lot of layers to their data and the information they gave you. I have just a few simple charts to talk about academic proficiency, comparing children with disabilities to all children in Alabama who took the state assessments. And as you can see, there's the red column is children with disabilities, and then the blue is all students. There is a gap. There's always been a gap. You know, we probably won't be able to, and typically kids are in special ed because there's some kind of impact, their disability has some kind of impact on their educational performance. But we want to decrease the gap, and we want to see what we can do to not have such a wide gap. 2018-19, the data, then in 2021, because as you know, in 1920, the US DOE gave a waiver because of COVID. And so it's not much difference from year to year, except for I'll draw your attention to the fact that math dipped for all students and also for students with disabilities. And so as we looked at what we were going to do, we kept the data in mind for what was the most urgent needs. We also did some surveys at different times of the year with special ed directors to find out what their needs were. A couple of staff members did some surveys with some teachers, like a self-assessment of teachers' knowledge and stuff to try and figure out how we could best help around the state.
And now that we have 21-22 data, could we get the chart updated with that data?
Yes, and I was flipping through the chart today and I saw that they had it divided out by grades. I gave you like just all across the grades and stuff, but yes, absolutely. I did think of that too, because I was wondering.
And this data, just want to say, once we do the report card data, that's what this was built on, the actual report card data that merges everything together. But as soon as we get it available, we'll make it available.
Thank you. Right.
So one question.
Yes.
When we look at the data, say if we look at 2021, and we see the number as far as the special needs students, we can see, of course, it's lower than all the others that took the ELA. Could that also be because of the alternate assessment, and then because of some of the IEPs, some of them perhaps are not tested in this population?
Well, this reflects the score, the proficiency of kids who were tested. So it wouldn't include non-participation or whatever. But yes, it is a combination of the alternate and the summative.
Oh, it is.
Yes.
Alternate and this. Okay. Yeah. Okay. But those who did not, could that not have something to do with the low number also, because you didn't have those numbers there? I'm just asking.
I mean, it depends on, which kids didn't test or whatever,
exactly.
Right?
But
if certain kids missed the test and they might have done well on the test, then it could impact the numbers.
Okay, but this encompasses the alternate and the, what did you say?
The
alternate
summative. Okay. Alternate summative, actually, this would be alternate summative and ACT.
And ACT. Okay.
Because it's all the grades.
Okay, that's the report card data that she's using here.
Okay.
So it would actually be all three.
That's what the
Okay.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah.
You're welcome. Okay.
And it is a distinction that when you looked at the charts earlier, you might have seen lower scores on the alternate than you did on the summative for students with disabilities.
Right.
They are alternate standards, but the federal government requires that they be closely aligned to the general ed standards. And so when you look at it, I was looking at the math scores in particular on the alternate, and it's like, the math is really difficult, and the federal government requires that it be aligned to the general ed standards. And so if you saw the higher scores in science on the alternate, it's because it's easier to make science more relevant and more practical for kids that have more severe disabilities. And so I wrestle with that particular issue or whatever, because I know that the math is in particular difficult, and when I look at like high school math and how to make it relevant for these particular kids, you know, the federal requirements are what the federal requirements are, so we test in that manner, and so. Okay, so talking about our plan, then we started with some things, a comprehensive plan covering all areas of need, and one of the things, in order to bring in partners, we needed to do an RFP. According to state procurement laws, we can't just go out and hire, you know, whoever, and so we knew in order to bring in people to assist with the activities related to our goals, then we needed to do an RFP. And so the RFP was anchored around 4 goals from Alabama's strategic plan. And as you know, the strategic plan covers the areas of academic growth and achievement, college and career and workforce readiness, highly effective educators, and customer-friendly services. So those are the 4 goals. There's one other goal related to school safety. And so these 4 goals were the anchor within the RFP, and anybody who responded to the RFP would need to respond individually to the goal. And so like if you wanted to respond to goal 1 and 2, you would submit 2 RFPs. And so the purpose was in order to build activities that could help us build capacity within the state education agency, but also within the LEAs. So one of the things that you see on the slide, monitoring IEP goals, focusing on proof of outcomes. Then we were looking at helping districts review IEPs for education benefit to see if in a 3-year period, were they seeing progress with what was occurring and what was being done with the students. And we also know that, I know you get phone calls and everything from parents and things that they're upset about. And so we knew we needed to have a focus on dispute resolution processes to help make sure that we have cooperation, communication, and whatnot between schools and parents. We also knew that we needed to review and revise our written policies, or at least review them to see if we needed to make any changes to make sure that we have a package of written policies for the different areas. And within our section, we have multiple teams going on at one time. There's a fiscal team that is helping make sure that the money is distributed to the LEAs and that they understand what they can and can't spend the money on. There's a technical assistance team. There's a monitoring team. All of the teams work together. We have a data team, dispute resolution team, and so all of the teams have their activities, but they work in cooperation with each other to make sure that the districts get what they need. And when we get parent phone calls, you know, we have a regional specialist, and they may have to go get the information from somebody else, or I field phone calls often in the afternoons and talk to parents and everything. And so this was really, our plan encompassed what do we need to do for teachers, LEA directors, parents, students, all the way down to state staff to help build capacity.
I have a question.
Yes.
Are the IEPs and all the plans and all that put on Schoology, so if in fact, you know, I as a parent call you, you could bring up my child's IEP and you could be understanding, or do you refer them as, I don't remember who said that, back to the district and back to the school?
The IEPs are in Power School in special programs, and we do have access to the paperwork for monitoring purposes and review and all that. We typically talk through over the telephone with the families and don't usually go into the paperwork, but maybe take the information from the parent, and if there may be a misunderstanding, or you know, maybe the parent thinks one thing and the district thinks another thing, then we would try to make sure that each party gets the information they need to understand what would be compliant, what wouldn't, and to try to seek an agreement between them.
Most of the times a problem came up because it was not a clarification issue, just a clarification, and then they go, oh, I'm good.
I know several of you have forwarded questions and comments and stuff, and then we call and we can, you know, like find out what the concern is from the parent, and then follow up with the district, and usually work things out pretty simply. At other times we need more advanced mediation or a process for a written complaint that a parent can do and everything, but we have that stuff in place, but we wanted to reflect and review and make sure that's the best process and the best policies that we could have.
Does an IEP follow a child? Like we were talking about children that sometimes go from school to school. If I have a new one that has come in the middle of the year, can I go to Power School and find the IEP?
The paperwork does follow them, and historically there's a certain number of IEPs that transferred over from sets into Power School. And yes, the IEP would go with them, and then the new teacher, the new IEP team would review the IEP and decide if it's appropriate to, for what the student currently needs based on maybe, they've moved, their situation's changed or something like that. So the IEP does go with them, but the new district would be expected to review it and make sure it's still appropriate and matches what the child needs.
Just to try to smooth the transition for the child.
Yeah, absolutely. And having the information in Power School definitely helps to where, things don't get dropped through the cracks. Okay, so another part of the plan was obviously to incorporate PD for the teachers and the LEA directors, the special ed directors. And so when we looked at PD, then along with PD, we were looking for coaching to make sure that, I know there's a lot of talk about the teacher shortage, and right now, our teachers, our administrators, our school staff are our best human capital for making sure the kids get what they need. And, you've heard different things about people being discouraged and, the shortage and needing more people and everything. And stipends and pay raises for them is one thing, but also giving them the information and the knowledge that they're making a difference for kids and that they can see that they've improved outcomes and everything is another step towards improving their work situation and job satisfaction. So we wanted to pair PD with coaching, also increase the use of evidence-based interventions. There are high leverage practices that have been proven effective that if you do this instead of this in the classroom, then it's more likely to get a positive result and increase outcomes. And so transition services, I know there's been a lot of talk about college and career readiness. The one great thing about not just the one great thing, there's a lot of great things about special ed, but one of the advantages that we have in special ed that we're federally required to focus on transition and the transition from high school to adult life. And so we are talking about self-determination skills, self-advocacy, work skills, and all that. And so we knew that we needed a component to deal with transition services and helping students and teachers with that. Family engagement and paraeducator skills. I'm sure you've talked to people and know that paraeducators are filling in the gap a lot of times right now because of the shortage. And so we wanted to include them in whatever training we were offering to make sure that they are as prepared and as knowledgeable as possible. Okay, so several different contracts came out of the RFP. Based on the 4 goals, we looked at, there was a rubric to score the proposals. And then so we looked at the high scores and whether or not they aligned with the vision and the goals and what we needed to accomplish in the section. And we funded several to be able to accomplish the goals for the state of Alabama and for children with disabilities. This is information about, I've mentioned special ed directors several times. We want to provide coaching for them. They've had to fill in the gap also. Paraeducators, you have the top level and then you have the paraeducators and you have the teacher shortage, and so we're trying to fill in the gap for the teacher shortage. And so we've had special ed directors out teaching classes. We've had them, helping with kids and whatnot. And so we wanted to make sure that they have the coaching and the support that they need. We have novice special education directors who are trying to learn their job while, dealing with everything that's going on right now. And so wanted to put a piece in for them. Okay, so just a few details about some of the specific contracts. Would that interest you to know, some of the pieces that we're doing for academics? There's for math and ELA, we've made arrangements for there to be 8 math modules. The math modules are for the 8 effective mathematics teaching practices. And the modules will be available for general ed and special ed teachers around the state. Like any teacher can get a login for the math modules. We're going to have ELA modules for the science of reading in grades 4 through 8. Is Bonnie still back there? Okay, so ARI has a lot of training and a lot of emphasis on K through 3. And so for our ELA modules, then we prioritized grades 4 through 8. And so the modules will be available for all teachers. There'll be a login for that. Virtual training for math and ELA. As I told you and showed you, math took a great dip. And so when we scheduled the in-person training, they haven't actually been scheduled, but when we prioritized and laid it out for what we thought we could accomplish in this first year, then we prioritized in-person mathematics. And so there'll be virtual training for ELA, but not necessarily in-person for ELA until next year, because we know that the teachers can only come out of class so much, and we can only, we want to overlap the other initiatives in the department, and we want to brave the support for the districts, but we don't want to saturate and overwhelm them with what we're doing.
Let me add to that for one moment, because I think it's a great opportunity to do so. One of the things that we are also trying to do, because of the layering that Delee just spoke of, we're trying to also work in conjunction and partnership with the other sections to ensure that, for an example, we heard a lot about MTSS. So we're doing a lot of work around with that group of individuals to ensure that MTSS is carried out through some of the practices that we know are very high leverage practices that can be used and have shown to be beneficial for use with students, teachers not only of special education, but also in the area of general education as well. Because as I stated previously last session, most of the time is spent with general education teachers. So what has happened with laying the foundation in math and laying the foundation in literacy for general education teachers is also, that's a benefit to the students, teachers that teach children with disabilities as well. And we want to make certain that we capitalize on the foundation that they've learned in those specific areas, because if they do it just right, because they scaffold and because they're looking at specific strategies to do repeated reading, etc., for example, in literacy, those strategies also work with children with disabilities. Right. So we're trying to stretch that and leverage the support by saying, since their target area is here, we want to make sure that we don't lose that momentum, and we transition that over to middle school. So I just wanted to point that out.
So in addition to the virtual training, the in-person training, there'll also be some webinars for mathematics that are going to be pop-up type topics, hot topics, or if a need is identified specific to that comes out of the virtual and then in-person training, then the webinar can address an immediate need for a specific training topic. Also going to have family engagement sessions that'll be virtual for mathematics and ELA. There'll be playbooks, and the playbooks are teacher specific, where there's an interface where the teacher logs in, and there is where they communicate with the other teachers in their group, and they'll be assigned plays based on whatever their need for their students. If they need to learn behavior strategies, then they'll be assigned a play for behavior. And within this interface, there'll be a coach that is pacing and communicating with them. They communicate with each other. It's a place where they can see scheduling. So the virtual training is unlimited. The in-person training will be spread out around the state, could be limited by the number of seats in the room. And then the playbooks, there are a certain number of them. And so we have laid out a plan to collect data to see what kind of improvements can be achieved and to see which things play out the best and which things are the most effective. One of the real exciting things about, there's a transition playbook, and so I told you about the teachers being in the playbook and having plays assigned to them and having a coach, but the transition playbook is for the student, the teacher, and a coach. And so the student, when they log into a transition playbook, there'll be evaluations, like transition assessments, interest inventories and things, information about careers. And so we feel like that's a great resource for helping students with the college and career readiness. And as I stated, we have a plan for, or we have outlined a plan for collecting data so that at the end of the year we can show what type of outcomes and it like lay out the improvements and show that that we're moving forward like we should. Sorry, I had to.
That's okay.
But this is like, there's numerous projects. West Ed is another project. We have a group of special ed attorneys that are helping us with our dispute resolution policies and procedures, and then the contract with PCG for the academic piece and everything. And
What's
so
PCG? You said they're doing the academic piece.
they're doing some professional development and training for us. So the playbooks and the modules and whatnot, and that'll go with the data that we're collecting on the improvements that we see for the kids. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We know that like having data to support the expense is especially important, and so as we've talked about what to prioritize and which to ask the teachers, or to schedule for the teachers, we started with the most important, and then also have the plan for being able to come back to you later on to say, hey, this was the outcome.
This is so exciting.
It really is. Staff are really excited. And
have you looked at the Eagle? I'm sure there are plenty of other programs. I'm just familiar with the one in my hometown, but the Auburn University has the Eagles program now, where you have special students living on campus, having college experience and receiving a degree, and then hopefully moving forward with full employment. It's very exciting. And I know some of those students personally, and so to watch how they've grown and developed and now are totally self-sufficient, really.
University of Alabama has a program similar to that.
It's really warmly embraced by the other students. It's like probably one of the joys of my life is following that program.
I used to be on their board. So.
Oh, yeah.
I love the Eagles program, yeah. But I like the Crossing Points at Alabama also. So yes, there are several college programs that the kids can transition into. But I knew you were interested in what we were doing because the information about the contracts came out, and I wanted to make sure you knew that we're doing numerous things to try and cover all the bases.
I love what you're doing in the data analytics part of it too, to go back and see, okay, what worked, what didn't, how do we amplify, and if this is working well, let's do more of it. If this is not working either, let's figure out what's not working, and if we can't, let's ditch it and focus on what's working. So I love that part. And one thing I've got to say, and this may be more for you, I don't know, we may run out of time, but with the budget, the one request that I get the most is I've had people say ditch the foundation program, that we are not providing enough financial support for special ed. And so, and it's not just special ed teachers, that is an issue too, right? There's a shortage of special ed teachers, and I think we put it in there to try to ask for a stipend for special ed teachers, but they say, Cynthia, that's not enough. We also need, it's like the funding formula, it assumes maybe only 5% of your children are special ed. And what did you say, 12.3%?
12.7.
12.7, even higher. And so that's double what we funded.
So
that's not appropriate.
The memos for supplemental funding just went out today, where if they have children that have high needs, where they need extra expensive therapies or they need residential placement, districts can apply for, say they have a group of students that they know they need to have a lower teacher-student ratio, there's a mechanism for them to apply for supplemental funds. We have federal funds if the child's services cost 3 times that of another child, or we have state supplemental funds that they can apply for some of those things. And we've had some, right. We've had some really serious situations where the district, it would have been a huge financial strain on the districts, and so those applications just went out today.
So they are aware of it?
Yeah. Oh, yes, absolutely. Okay. They are.
And what's the acceptance rate? If they apply for the amount to serve those children, is it 100% acceptance?
If they meet the criteria, we had if people were rejected, it was based on not meeting the criteria. of the application.
So there
I mean,
are funds out there, even if they, let's say a school has 15% special ed, there's enough funds out there to support those children as we should support them.
So the funds are meant to support high needs and catastrophic type situations. They're not necessarily meant to support the day-to-day, because the districts have to keep in mind their maintenance of effort when they bring in state funds. Now, federal funds is one thing, but when they bring in state funds, they have to consider their maintenance of effort from year to year. And so if they use the state funds to like hire a lot of additional special ed teachers, and they think they're going to do that long term, if something were to shift with the funding that we receive, then that could be problematic for their maintenance of effort.
So should we ask for a change in the percent as it's weighted in the foundation formula?
Of course. You're talking about the foundation law. So the
Right.
foundation
The
law, in 95, they set, so there is a way to get some extra teachers, and it's 5%, assuming that a special needs student needs 2.5 times more teachers than a general ed person. So it's actually 5 times 2.5. So it comes out to about 12%. But there's also the confusion. People say, well, then that means, some people try to do their own math with their phone and say, well, this is how many special ed teachers are supposed to be in my child's school. Well, that's not what the law says. There are 2 weights built into the foundation program, special ed and career tech. They're there to generate teachers, but they don't say this is where these teachers are earned and this is how they're going to be placed. So that is a confusion, and I agree with you. Now, we've talked about that my whole career about trying to get that number above 5%. But how we've gone at it the last 3 years is to say, well, because that takes a change in the foundation program law, and it's I almost said like an act of Congress, it's like an act of the legislature. But so what we've done is gone through the budget and asked for increases. So we got a new line item for the autism specialist, behavior specialist, a new line item for a hearing impaired specialist, and then we've gotten big increases in the high needs special ed. We changed the wording from catastrophic to make it more inclusive. And I will have to say, the legislature, once we were more specified in what we need, they have funded pretty much what we've asked for. So I think we continue to build those line items up.
That's fine.
Not saying we couldn't go back
they
and ask for amendments to the foundation program law, but that is so hard to do. And so if we can ask for these additional line items to build out the equity. I want to ask a good question, but a hard question for Dr. Chambers, because you said, so is there, it's kind of like some of y'all asked me some questions, is there enough money for every child to get? Well, they're almost, I don't mean to sound sarcastic, but there's almost never enough money. So when we're dealing with children who have, in some cases, severe emotional and psychological and cognitive needs, there's always another, new research, a new program, a new therapy, something else. And so we're always kind of reaching for what's next because of those charts she showed you. The gap's persistent. It's across the board at all schools. And so trying to, we're always trying to meet more needs there. So I think if we said we're going to take all the growth and just put it all into special education, we would still, there would be needs to be met. But in my opinion, it is our next big growth area. Like when we talked about, and we're going to ask for money for stipends for special ed teachers. I've already been talking to leadership about that because we have to get highly qualified special needs teachers with each of these children. And then, this program, I'm so excited about this. This is not a top-down issue. This came from our special education and MTS folks saying our teachers, I think I captured this right, our teachers, our special ed teachers and general ed teachers see the gap. and want to do more. And so they're saying, give us more training, give us more resources, give us more PD and how to work with these children. And so then they came around and said, okay, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it big time. We're gonna put a lot of ESSER funds into it and make sure that we roll these supports out. So I have never seen, and I don't do it. It's not I'm not even a part of it. But I will say between Dr. Chambers and the other 4 ladies you saw last week or 2 weeks ago at the retreat, and other people like Sean Stevens and all that are working with them, and Elizabeth Davis back there, I've never seen the department from outside or inside pull together and say we're going to do this as a joint effort and how we support children in schools as like we're seeing now. So it just feels good.
It does.
Way to go.
Thank you.
Okay, good.
How are you
Very good. Thank you.
interfacing? No, go ahead, ma'am.
No, I was
No.
just telling her thank you for such a great presentation.
How are
And
you?
this concludes
Well, he has.
started a group that is under evaluation, accountability and support.
How-
So in essence, Delee is another superstar that we have on the team. There only misses one, and that's federal programs that didn't present today. But I just want to thank them for all of their effort, their support, and their dire, I say, energy to try to make certain that we increase student outcomes. And that's what this has been all about. We're trying to make certain that we increase student outcomes across the state. So thank you for your
I have
support.
one question. How are you interfacing with career tech?
We are,
It's not on one of your bullet points, but I'm certain it's happening.
yes, with the college and career readiness and the transition. And we're working with them on the courses study committee that they currently have now to make sure that we understand their content and that they understand about our students. So yes, absolutely. I did not mention that, but that is one of our partnerships.
And where did you come from? I know you're new a year and a half, but how did we happen to get you here?
I've been at the department since 1998.
Well,
I was here, but I've just been in this position for a year and a
You
half.
said a year and a half, but you've been here long enough to be punished more than this.
I've worked a lot of different
I
topics.
want to make one comment. At 5 o'clock, you exude more energy and more assertiveness and more definition than I would ever expect. And I didn't want to interrupt the accolades you were having, but thank you very much.
They put
At
us
five-
last for that energy.
That's all day, every day.
All day, every day.
All day, every day.
This is not the last, it's just we're letting you go, thank you very much.
Well, I appreciate y'all staying with me for it.
When you said a year and a half, I thought you were, I
No,
thought some
she's-
school system got messed up and let you get away.
No, we just keep moving her up. Dr. Chambers has it interesting too. She's this energetic all the time, every day, all day. She has her doctorate, and she's a JD. She's a lawyer too. So we get her every
I know
summer.
she needs, she needs that in special ed.
Well, she says she doesn't practice law. She doesn't represent
But you
clients.
passed the bar, right?
I did.
That's your lawyer.
I'm more on the mediation side of
That's
it.
She's great.
Yeah, that's
And I
Everybody's
also,
not a trial lawyer,
resolution.
you know.
while I get a chance to brag on her, she's really good too with, as y'all can imagine, many times when we get calls on special ed issues, there's an issue. There's a parent who's upset, and she is one of the most calm, easy demeanor. She helps people work through their questions. We cannot always say yes to everything everybody calls about, but she helps them work through their questions. What can we do for you? She's just exceptionally good at that and leads a good section. Chantia Washington, our assistant superintendent, everybody you've seen at the table today has been one of her folks, and she's just quiet. And but I haven't told her this yet, who called yesterday just to brag on you and how helpful you were to them in getting through all the ESSER stuff and trying to figure out where their pots of money were. So thank you both for what you did.
Thank you. Great job.
All right, minor.
Thank you. Okay.
We're at, have we already done the item 3 fiscal year appropriation request?
We will,
We
we're
have
still
not.
up higher.
Or have we done that one?
We haven't done finished one.
We did charter schools, but we didn't do,
Expanded.
We've done everything except work schedule,
Yeah.
so I think after the retreat, just had a question about re-explain how the department's here from 6 to 6 and what that means. So it doesn't mean that we answer the phone always from 6 to 6, but what we've done, we started in the pandemic and it's been so well received and successful, we've expanded it, we've kept it going. But allowing employees to be here for their allotted time period, 8 hours with a lunch period. We did a couple of things. One, we've allowed them to shorten their lunch because it used to be a rule they had to take an hour's lunch. A lot of people, don't need an hour to eat lunch, and so they wanted to shorten lunch. And start as early as 6 o'clock. And that allows some people who say have children they want to pick up to go get their children. It used to be, when I came, it was, I think, 7 to 5 or 7 to 5:30. So we just expanded it from 6 to 6. So we don't have many people who stay till 6. We do some, but more people coming in early so they can leave to go get their children. Now, the department is open from 8 to 5. And so the caveat with that is that each section leader has to make sure that their section is covered from 8 to 5. We don't get a lot of traffic comes in off the street. Know that? I mean, obviously, people just don't walk in except for certification. But the phones, the main thing is to make sure the phones are covered in every section from 8 to 5. And then if somebody comes in at 6 and they leave at, I forget what that means, they can leave at 3, I guess, then somebody else has to make sure that, and we ask each section leader just to take care of that. To this point, we've been doing that for almost 2 years. I've had 0 complaints, so I think it's been well received. And then we do have a few people who are working long days and flexing a day. As I mentioned, we allow that on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, so they can, again, some of them are working to keeping aged parents, and it helps them be able to work that day in. The key is everybody can't have all Fridays, so they have. Again, we tell the section leaders you have to work that out within your section. It's really been, there's so few things we can do as a state agency to kind of build that morale and flexibility, and so that's been one of the really good things. The other one that some of you we've talked about, it was in the report a couple of years ago, I've talked to some of you about, is regional offices, and we are working on that. Some of you have asked me, like, are we ever going to open a regional office? So we are working on that right now. That would obviously be, it takes approval outside of our department because the finance department sets, they control state properties, but they've been very open to that. And so I think within the next couple of months, I'll be able to come back to you and give you an update on that, which would allow us, we do have people, not a lot. We have people who move to Montgomery, but we have people because of family situations. One recently we lost because they have aging parents, and they told us, I love my job, I'd love to be here, but I've got to live closer to my parents in North Alabama. And so we're trying to think, well, if we have a regional office, and we're not going to start with 16, we'll start with 1, but could people then, be closer to home, we might be able to increase our employment pool. So we're working on that, and in a couple of months we'll be back to it. But I think that's all, of that section. So, but any questions you ever have, let us know.
Any questions about this work schedule? I've had somebody contact me about that.
That's great. I've got a question real quick from the retreat, and it just has to do with Amsty, who does such a superb job, and just, so proud of all the work they do. But Sandy mentioned to me at the retreat, just at lunch, that she has, the Amsty has had some pretty severe losses in employees, 1 from math, 12 from science, 14 from retirement, and some science and motion positions that were left open and had 0 applicants. And so it's like, we've got this great support team,
But they're losing good people, and we're not seeming to be able to replace them. And so, she had a suggestion, I'll toss it out, that perhaps we could ask that our regional specialist could qualify for the Teams Act, because a lot of them are going back to the classroom where they can make a much higher salary. You can't blame them. I can't blame anybody for doing that, right? That's looking out for yourself and for your family. And so there's no blame attached to this, but it's how do we then have a strong, solid support team in place to do the good work that AMSTI does when we're asking them to come for a much lower salary than what they could make in a classroom. And so I toss that out to the financial people. If y'all have suggestions, that would be great, because it does seem like it's a problem, and it's probably going to get worse before it gets better.
Yeah, Teams has definitely been hard to compete with. So it's the old shoot yourself in the foot. We have talked to legislators, including sponsors of those bills, about that, and that's a hard sell, because their thing was, we want to drive people to the classroom, not to the department. But we do need support. We'll talk about that with them. There'll be two issues. One would be if the legislature said, okay, you can take Teams money from the Teams fund to pay department employees who work with science and math, computer science, then we would, I hate to go back to state personnel, but then that doesn't necessarily mean that we can pay on that, because if we hire somebody as an ed specialist, they're hired as an ed specialist. So now there's no provision for them to get, say, a special supplement because they work with science or math. Okay. And so it would take a change, not just in the budget, but in the law to allow that. So when we did talk about that, when Teams passed, I brought it up to the sponsors, like, this is going to be a problem for our department. But they felt like they really wanted to drive people to the classroom. The success is, it worked.
It worked, right.
But it really has, ASIM particularly, we cannot find those science and or physics and chemistry specialists, because they can just make so much more going back to an individual
and I saw
school.
the science scores were up.
Yeah.
And so it seems like they've been doing a really good job, and so you hate to lose that level of support.
We'll work on that. It would take legislation to do it. It would take a couple of things.
Dr. McCarty, we're now moving into board questions, and I think you just asked the first ones.
Well, that was sort of from the retreat, but yes, that should be the
That
first
was a board question, and the retreat was not on the agenda, so.
It's a good point, and we'll work on that.
It was a follow-up.
It
said follow-up in here, something about
whatever.
It doesn't matter if it's one or two.
Getting
I'm
feisty
good
over
with
there.
it. She's completely on track. It is a problem for us.
Well, I just, you have to speak up for when we have good people and good programs in place, but you can't.
Well, we've redone AMSTI. We've just, done a major overhaul of the warehousing system. We finally have all that under control. And so you hate to see a program that's been overhauled. Everybody agrees it is now on the right trajectory. Makes Dr. Ledwell feel good, because now she can retire and go do something else. And then say, oh, and by the way, we're not going to fund it with people to keep it running. So we've got to deal with that. Yes.
Okay.
Board questions
She's
now.
coming. Okay, and this sort of is with the budget again. I'm not gonna belabor the point, but it's had fun calling you, and I talked about it, about the need for counselors. And I'll just give you this situation in my one of my school systems. School bounces back and forth from year to year between 475 enrollment and 525. And this year it was 475. And so they lost their counselor, they lost their assistant principal. And so my request in our budget picture is that we lower the amount that's required to qualify for a full-time counselor and a full-time AP. That's one request. And then my second request is I did poll my schools this year to find out how many had large classes, a large number of students in grades 4 through 6. And I did have several that had 35 or more students in a classroom. And so I would urge you to lower the divisors in grades 4 through 6 if at all possible, because they are higher than they are in any other grade level.
So Dr. McCarty, I assume we moved to Dr. Payne. In spite of the fact that we were board questions, we're now in item.
No,
Well, we can come back, but this question is about the
Well,
budget,
it's a
so I
financial
wanted
question,
to.
but it's the budget, so it's totally
I'm trying to
appropriate.
assume where we are, Dr.
So if you look on page 6 with that question, and we can go back to other questions and come back to the budget. But on page 6, halfway down, page 6 of the budget, under item 3, what you'll see based on our discussion last month, we adjust the divisors to use the K6, K3 divisors for K6 and 712 divisors, or the 912 divisors for 712. If we did that, it would create 4,063 new teacher units. We're not likely to get all of that, but our focus would be on lowering the 4, 5, and 6. That's where we really need our first priority.
Please, yes.
I've already expressed that to one of the budget chairs. So we also, you see in there, we increased the extension multiplier for school-based administration and counseling, which would be an additional $25 million, and every school with at least 250 students would receive a full-time assistant principal. And it's not just that, but all of those change. Dr. Payne can better explain it. Now that whole thing is, you see, $586 million. So we got hammered in the press for asking for $800 million. We're now at 880, I think. But that would be, we're not likely to, if let's say that the legislature
Trish Crane objects to being that phrase.
She didn't hammer it. But we had, if we got all of that money, we couldn't find 4,000 teachers before next year.
Yeah.
But that is really where the gap is. That's what we need to be fully funded, I think, in teachers. So even if we came in and said, well, the legislature said, we're going to give you some of those counselors, some of those assistant principals, and some of those teachers, and you're going to end up with 600 more people, that would be 600 more certified adults than we had before. So we'll move that direction.
There you go.
But the 4,063, that's where, if we had all the money in the world and we had a supply of teachers, that is really how many more we need to do this thing right.
Pursuant to Dr. McCarty's question, I'm determining that we move to Mr. Payne, and then we'll go back to board questions. With all due respect, Dr. Payne, you have the floor.
All right, no problem. So a couple of things in there too. I want to point out where we were still on page 6 in there. We kind of skipped over one there where we did talk about adjusting the ADM factor for earned school counselor units. And so we made that where it would double. And then just so everyone is clear on the assistant principal role, which actually turned out to be from the school level and the district level, one of the biggest requests was to ensure that they all got an assistant principal, or that they appropriately earned one, because you do run into that situation where one year they have 499 kids, they don't earn it. The next year they have 502, they earn it, and it bounces back and forth. And so what we looked at in that was, of our schools, we had 172 in the state that had less than 250 students. So when you get less than 250 students, it's kind of hard to justify that, especially, not right at 250 maybe, but when you get a school with 100, as a former principal, I didn't need an assistant principal. I was my first school had 175 kids. I didn't need an assistant. So, we looked at it like that. So if they have 250 or more, they would all earn a minimum of one assistant principal, and then we would adjust those scales. So if they were already earning 1.5 or 1, they would get the additional halves or parts. So that's where that would go in, and you can see it increases. The assistant principal units there would be increasing by 557.5. That doesn't mean it'd be 557.5 new people, but where they had a half unit, they would get a whole now. So you got to count those in. But it would add probably about 300 new assistant principals into our schools.
Don't take any of the teachers out of the classroom.
That's right. Yeah. Well, I'm not going to get them as a math and science, I can assure you. You know, we're all fighting teams. Did a great move. I've got a math degree. That's kind of my fail-safe. If anything goes wrong, I'm going to be a teams
There you
teacher.
go.
And
We
with a
have
doctorate,
science over here.
and with a doctorate, it's going to be great in 189 days. But we'll go back to the beginning page if you want, real quick, and we'll just kind of what. Most of it did not change from what you saw last month, other than the changes that you all requested and or things that came up in the discussion. So I'm not going to walk us back through everything as it was last time. You can kind of see where we made some of those changes and what we looked at in terms of just where we were and what we're doing. And so really on the first page, there were no changes to the dollar amounts and those things. Everybody was good with those as far as our request and what we want to make with that going forward. And so we're looking at how those will work. If you go to,
Could
yes.
you explain extended learning opportunities?
I sure can.
I wasn't here, so.
Right, oh yeah, okay, sure, no problem. So the extended learning opportunities comes in for the ability for the schools to bring in real world learning opportunities, augmented academics. So it kind of falls in line with where they were able to hire the term was adjunct. So I can go and find a art teacher or a dance teacher or a karate instructor or somebody that wouldn't have been traditionally certified in the school system as far as a certification that we give, but they can go through certification, the background check, get approved, and then the schools would have the funds to be able to bring those learning opportunities into their schools, especially in the after school programs, doing that in the summers and after school, where they do that. They can also do it with STEM activities, things of that nature, engineers, various people they can bring in like that. So that's where that money goes out to the schools.
Do they apply for it?
I was going to say you'll have to forgive me on that because I don't run that one, so I don't know if is that an application that they do?
This one would propose to support additional ones in the state. This is that law that passed, and it said that now schools can have extended learning opportunities, and it gave some parameters, okay? And y'all actually passed an administrative regulation on it too. So I think these funds would be probably grant-based. This would be the first time that we've ever had them. And it would be grant-based. And to your question, Dr. Hudson, I know that we've talked about your area having any. I've made several calls to like companies or like we've made a call to people we thought knew some companies in other states to see who in Alabama is providing these. How are they being paid for and that kind of thing. We've not had any success yet. So we don't really know who is in the field providing them. We know, or at least not large statewide. There may be some here and there. We haven't really identified any providers.
Wasn't YMCA an example of a possible provider?
They can be, like a YMCA.
After school.
But it could be during the school. I mean, it doesn't have to be after school, it can be during school. But it's basically when somebody is providing something that the local board approves as a credit for whatever the credit might be relevant for. So this would be the first time to bring funding if we were to get it, and we probably grant base it, like especially to schools that don't have any of these opportunities. They might get a grant to hire somebody to come in and do it.
So has that been sent out? When will this go into effect?
After
October?
Well, it's already in effect. It's just that nobody's really doing them that we can find large scale.
Well, in the past, there hasn't been any.
There's no money.
The money is not. Yeah, the money wouldn't come until
October. No,
Well,
this is just our
October
ask.
This is our ask, so this would be for October.
We're begging.
Another year from now, if we get it.
If we get it, that's it.
Right.
Gotcha.
Any other questions on that one?
No.
This is our ask for
Gotcha.
budget FY 24.
Correct.
Which starts in October of 23.
So, teacher growth program, leadership academy expansion, that's to help with our new ATOT, the teacher observation tool, helping principals and those around that. And then the develop a statewide leadership academy to be able to bring more people into the leadership opportunities. So page 2, we were asking for a plus up in AMSTI of $3 million. And that's really to kind of offset, some of the COLAs and the step raises that came in, but also to help include and cover the high quality PD for the team's teachers. So we're asking for additional funds to do that. The Numeracy Act was the new one that was passed this year. It was allocated $15 million this year that we're going to use to start building out the team for Office of Math Improvement under Dr. Anderson. And then so what we anticipate is an ask for FY24 of a $5 million increase, so we'll get 20. And that'll be, primarily because at that point we should be bringing on a cadre of building-based math coaches and those things. And so as we add those, we'll have to have the money to cover salaries and benefits and those things for them.
I know you're not in charge of staff, but where are you gonna put them all?
Dr. Mackey's office. So,
I know he has an expensive office, but
we have actively been looking for space, and I've been working with Ms. Martin on that to identify opportunity, and then also hopefully, as Dr. Mackey was speaking earlier about a regional office, depending on how that works and where that is, some of the individuals could be housed there, and then some could be here. And then we may be able to move some folks who are traveling in from a distance. I know during the retreat y'all saw where we had, I think it was 83 people that drive over 60 minutes, and depending on where they're coming from.
Maybe RSA could build us a building?
If they're north of Birmingham, that would help. So multiple ideas about where we're going to put them and how we're going to get them in there. Now with OMI though, one thing you can think of there is, there will be a certain number of staff here, but I would think it would probably be less than, I don't want to really pigeonhole them to a number, but maybe less than 12, because it was heavy on regional coaches for that. The regional people were going to hire, up to 17 or 18 of those individuals, and then the building-based coaches obviously in the schools.
Right.
So it'll be a limited number of staff coming from OMI into the building. So out of a reading initiative, we're going up again on it with a request of an additional $8 million. There again, it's really to offset some of the COLA that came in, the pay raise that came in, the benefits to that for nearly 800 reading coaches that we have that we do through contract with the school systems, additional professional developments, and then some opportunity to really help them out on their data reporting and those things to make things more efficient, to be able to push the data out faster, to synthesize that and connect it to all areas of the data that they have. Struggling readers beyond grade 3, that's where, ARI really focuses on K3, so our section there asked for additional funds to focus on those beyond grade 3. And so that came from our instructional folks looking for that to really help them with their ELA course of study and those things as they go forward there. So they would have some funding. They don't currently have that. We have to just find that in other places. So looking for a line item of that one. Office of School Improvement is, and you can see there, the ask is a $950,000, and that's to go from 3 to 7 literacy coaches, and then also to add 3 math specialists experienced in teaching elementary math to really work in those schools that are identified that the Office of School Improvement helps with.
Thank you.
So the next 2 are stipend programs that we have the therapist stipend program in place. The practitioner stipend program, and again, Bonnie has left, so she's the expert of that one, but it's like one tier below, but they can do that and they'll be working toward therapist level, so it would help those individuals. Page 3, arts education, no changes to the request there. We went through that one last time of what they want to do. We're asking for the additional $1.3 million. Computer science for Alabama program, we did make a little bit of an increase there, and you'll see there kind of at the end is an additional $250,000 to support Cyber Start America program, and that's something that Ms. Martin's been working with in terms of what that does for our kids and getting them introduced into the cyber security and those issues there that they can move forward. It's kind of, was it a federal initiative? Is that what it was? No, it was state. It was state. Sorry. All right. So it's a state program that's actively going, and we want to get an additional $250,000 to support that, to further advance that for the students across our schools. English language learners, adding $1 million there. No change to what we said the last time on that one. The rest of that page there was no changes to any of those from what we did last time. going up. Adding mental health service coordinator program, just adding that to continue the funding, to push that number to more and offset the cost for the districts there. Student assessment, you've heard all about that today, and I guarantee you the 5.7 million they want, given the presentation they did today, is just a tip of the iceberg for what they're doing there and what that's going to bring back to us. So no change to what had been asked for though. Office of Specialized Treatment Centers, we did discuss this one last time, and I laid out in here a little bit cleaner for you, where you can see in that 800,000, what we're looking to do there is really have one administrator to supervise that program and to work with those specialized treatment centers, then to add 3 education specialists under them that would kind of work in different areas of that office, specific to what's going on there, and then potentially to have 4 retired state employees, regionally basing them across the state, and they would be for us to use in the department for compliance to the specialized treatment centers, to ensure the needs are met, that they're doing what they say they are in their plans, that we're also giving them the support they need that we might not otherwise have. But we'd like to have more boots on the ground to be able to see that in real time. So continuing down, Alabama Teacher Mentor Program, no change to what we asked on that one. Career Tech Initiative, there was no change to that dollar amount that we talked about last month. We'll go to the top of page 5.
Go back to career
Sorry.
tech.
Yes.
You say you're adding, proposing to add 4 million.
4.8.
Okay.
And there's 2 pots for Career Tech. This is the Career Tech Initiative money.
How will it be the same?
So this one is, it will go for the innovation program middle grades, the equipment upgrades. So it would be needs assessment based for like equipment upgrades in the shops and the things they need, the programs they're having, running those things. I assume Mr. Fuller's here.
Thank you.
So, but that's my understanding on that one, is it would be grant based. I mean, or it'd be application based, but they have to turn in their needs.
And it looks like it also targets programming in the middle grades also.
It does.
Okay.
It does. Yeah, push it down. So top of page 5, the first few things there are really not, I mean, they're in our ETF, but they're not ours. Jobs for Alabama graduates, asking for an additional $3 million. And again, will fund 60 programs at $75,000 each, bringing that total up there to push that more for those programs at that. And then there'll be a remaining amount of money there that will fund 2 new education specialists, staff travel, and the affiliation. We already have several. I think we have 2 or 3, maybe 4 specialists that are working in jobs for Alabama graduates now. And so that money would just offset the cost of travel, and then the 4% pay raise and those things in there. But it's really to add from 60 programs up to 75, or to get to 60 programs total, funded at $75,000 apiece. The remaining on this page, there were no changes to that. We did put back, or it was in there last time, but the special education teacher incentive stipend, 68 million request for that. And what we have to adjust there, it probably, when you run the numbers on it, if we were to get this funding, it would probably not take a full 68 million to do that. But what you have to account for in that, when you do something like that, just like they had to when teams came to be, is you have to account for everyone who is actively teaching and is certified in special ed. We have lots of special education teachers who may not be teaching in the special ed curriculum right now or that assignment, but they might want to go that way if indeed there was a stipend coming. And so we, from a budget standpoint, I have to ask for what I think the very highest total could be, and then we can work backwards from there. So page 6. We've really talked about the largest portion of page 6, which is that foundation program. There's been some discussion since our request was made, and we did that with you all to go over it last month, about the last part. If you look in the foundation program there, where it says increase OCE to support school safety and security, operational costs and support personnel. And we had a fairly lengthy discussion in here last time about SROs and certification and training and who funds those, and we understand, you know, all of the individual districts have different contracts with their local sheriff or their city police and or themselves and the way they do that. And so, but it's come to light that what we may want to do there is really to kind of hone into what that dollar amount would be. We were talking about somewhere around 100 million to be able to put into that, but putting it in OC, then we may want to pull that out and ask for that in its own line item and be very specific to the public and to the legislators about the fact that it is for school security and safety, and do that. And so, you know, if that's something that you all want
It'd
to
be
do.
very prudent
Okay.
and be easier to sell and less likely to be cut.
Right, exactly, because if it's in OC, it's real easy to just say we don't want to do that, but if we do it the other way, and so.
I'd love to tell them that they're endangering my children, so.
Right, and so one of the things, we'll look at, I'll just pull that out then, and I'll do the dollar amount assessment of that.
That's a
And then,
wise
of course,
decision.
obviously, when we do that, there'll end up being some type of legislation to it. Jessica will work that side to make sure the language is in there, that it gets the intent that we've all discussed here to do that.
One thing that we have talked about already in advance, because we expected your answer might be that way, to let's actually put the words on there for school safety and security. We want to be careful about not letting them say that it's for SROs only. Because some of our SROs are paid for by law enforcement, you know, like it's a partnership and some, and if anybody sees that this is a line item for SROs, the first thing that would happen is all of our partners would bail out and our schools would have to pay for it all. So we want to be very careful about that language that legislators might look at, and we've worked to put together that sheet showing them, you know, these are all of our school safety things and where money is and how it's working.
And some of them may be contracts with people who are law enforcement, may not be credentialed as SROs. I think we mentioned that, and you know that. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, good idea.
Good. All right, the remainder of that page, there are no changes from our discussions last month, in terms of what we're doing, trying to ask for fully funded transportation, asking for an increase to school nurses, obviously to add more nurses, and to be able to do that program for our students. And then there again, Career Tech O&M comes in for a $2 million increase to continue to look at the priorities in Alabama as far as growing workforce development and expanding Career Tech programs.
Dr. Payne, I've got one general question.
Sure.
And I didn't realize the difference. It didn't hit me until even recently that city systems are oftentimes very different than county systems, whether it's with the audit that they have to do, like a county audit has to be done by the general examiner's office. City audit can contract with
We
a
get to buy our
CPA.
own, we pay our own.
And then transportation. You know, issue transportation costs are generally much more expensive for a county system than for a city system. And I think there are other examples too. But is there some thought into treating city and county systems more the same?
Don't we reimburse per mile though?
That's gonna be like almost a
I was gonna say it's
all
in
the
the
way
code.
back to like a constitutional
It's in the
issue.
code, like
Because
that.
the
City
county,
and the county.
counties are the school system, and an incorporated municipality has to vote to create a system where there's no requirement for a city to provide education services. There is a requirement for the county to provide education services.
I think she's talking about the differential in providing transportation.
Just seems
Yeah,
that
but
some
when,
of the
but
costs
when they make the
are
decision
higher.
when an incorporated area decides to open up a school system, the same rules don't apply for them that might the county. And so it's almost like they would have to make the decision to provide all those things and offer it to their students, but the county doesn't have a choice.
So cities are actually forbidden by law to let a kid on a bus if the kid lives within 2 miles of their school. But we waive that requirement if cities ask us to waive it.
Well, and that's a general, that's
Yeah,
nothing
and
you have to
cities-
answer right now, but it's just something about that thing.
Cities don't have the
Cities
bus.
don't have
No
the
city
bus.
has the bus.
For your
Counties
information,
do.
Dr. McCarty, there's a system that I know that doesn't bus anybody at the high school level. They bus K through 8 because there's the local prerogative.
I have one too.
And we do have some.
And so therein lies the differential in funding in the requirement, because if they're gonna do things locally, they have access to more local funds also to offset that. I've been in both of them.
Well, it's more of a thoughtful, like, just think on it.
Right.
You know, if there's
Sure.
a way to be more equitable to our cities and our counties, you know, and again, you don't have to give me an answer right now,
Right,
but just,
sure.
it just comes up from time to time
And
when
let-
I'm visiting schools.
Let me ask like another caveat on top of that. While we're, special education is different. So there is no state law requiring cities to bus students, but under federal provisions, we do bus special needs children in all systems.
Because I know one city system, that's all they bus is special education.
Yep.
They don't do anything
When I was in town, we bused nobody except
So,
special.
right. And so, and there are, but we do now, as far as going to the buses piece of it for the county and the city, there is a per mileage funding for that. So, you know, as they drive more miles, and you know, in some counties are vastly, geographically are much larger than others, and so it just depends. If we didn't do that, there wouldn't be as much equity in that. So, but it becomes problematic. So, but to the bigger point, yes, is trying to figure out all of it from the examinations and everything. So,
If we got this whole amount that we've asked for transportation, what percent of transportation costs would be covered? Is there
100.
100?
If we got that much, yes. Yeah, it currently ends up around 81%, somewhere that's historically been in. And there's some other efficiencies that could come into that to make that number a little bit higher. We've been talking about those with Mr. Carpenter, our Director of Transportation, and Jerry Laster, who's our funding person for that, just looking at some options that we could do there to help that. But it would be, you know, hopefully maybe a meet in the middle where we get more money and then we make the efficiency changes to the way some of it's just the way that we process the funding when it comes, the way they earn mechanics and the way they earn buses and those various things. But that number, where we generate that number, and we pretty much use that number every year, is from the prior year and accounting for inflation, which is a tricky thing when we're talking about diesel prices. But we look at, you know, okay, this is what the number was last year. This was the total expenditures between state funds and local funds that the districts put together to give us that amount of money. And so then we say, okay, that's what we would need next year, plus what we figure out to be the difference in the index for cost of fuel.
Just for the record, when you say we'll fund 100% as it's currently configured.
Right.
But if systems that you mentioned and that we mentioned decided to expand their transportation, then that would not be true. But the caveat is under the current configuration, which is fluid.
Yes, absolutely. Any other questions?
No, that was great.
Thank you, Dr. Payne.
We'll make the line item change, and you'll see this. Dr. Mack, is that correct? They'll see this next month for vote and board
Yes,
meeting?
so now we do have to vote on it in October to make the deadline to get it to, the
Without
executive budget office.
without objection, since we made the suggestion from the board to make that modification, it's just not a bottom line modification. I would think we would take it for a vote in October.
Very good.
Thank you, Dr. Payne.
Thank you all so much. I appreciate it.
Back to board questions.
Thank you. You're done?
She's
Okay.
good.
So the resolution.
So the number 4 we did earlier, the resolutions next month, remember October is always a big month, so it's Principal Recognition Month. So you see several recognitions there for principals and assistant principal of the year.
And we're red. Remember, it's dyslexia.
And then you have the history teacher. Always October is when we do the history teacher of the year. Another one from Auburn City. The last one from Auburn City we stole and made our social studies state specialist, Dr. Busman. So number 11 is actually a really big deal, but I know we're close to the end. But let me explain 11, and I had hoped that Nick would be here. He worked on this a lot, but I know he had to go. But anyway, you need to look at 11, and I mean, I'm very certainly open to you voting on it, but what we're saying is it's a resolution about attendance, student and teacher attendance. And what you would be doing is authorizing or instructing the department to create a system for collecting teacher attendance data. So teachers don't work for us, so we don't have any teacher attendance data. The districts do. There's a lot of misinformation out there. I've been told by a couple of people, not a lot, that 20% of teachers are absent, or like they're absent 20% of the days of the school year. And I said, well, teachers only earn 9 sick days and 2 personal days. That's 11. If they take all 11, that's way less. That's like 7%. So everybody can't be out 20% of the time. They're literally, mathematically, it's not possible. Now, average is a little different, because the number one reason that teachers are absent is pregnancy. And they're usually absent for a long number of days. So they collect their days, and then they spend a lot at one time. But we don't actually have specific, to system. We just don't have that data. So we've talked internally, well, could we do that? And we would have to depend, because the districts keep up with that in different mechanisms, in their finance systems. Essentially, we'd have to collect it by survey data. They would have to turn it into us. We can do it, though, annually. We would just have them to give us the data. And this is something the Workforce Council has asked us to do. And so, to track. Now, be cautious. They've not asked us to do anything with it, and we even put a caveat in here that it is not the intention of the board to take teachers' sick leave from them or something like that. But I think it merits some discussion. I know it's 5:30 and some of our members are gone. We can certainly bring it to a vote next month. It's not an emergency, though. I would prefer, I think, that you take it and read it, and then let's have discussion on it next month's work session and look at voting on it in November. I'm worried.
Is that what you're recommending, Dr.
That's my recommendation, yes,
That's
sir.
the decision. Without objection, we will defer item 11 to the work session next month.
Okay.
That's excellent.
So it's out there in the public now. I will share it with superintendents when I see them in October. You can share it with folks and then look at it. We'll rediscuss it next month.
I know that I read something in the national where we don't do absenteeism for education or something article, so maybe that's what.
It's teachers. We do keep up with student absentee data,
But I'm
obviously.
talking about employees.
Yes, sir.
This is not just teachers, this will be.
It'd be all, we could, right.
You say teachers, but it's all. employees.
Well, no, we were only asked to do teachers, so we've not looked at doing cafeteria workers and all that, just teachers. There is some national data on the more time children spend in a classroom with a teacher, the better their performance. And therefore, if a teacher is out and they've got a substitute teacher for 6 weeks, their performance is lower. Now, we don't have Alabama data on that, but we have national data. This would allow us to start running some studies like that in Alabama. I mean, I think it's a good thing. I think that what could happen, though, if we don't discuss it appropriately, is teachers could think they're going to try to take away my sick leave or something like that. And I don't think that's anybody's intention. But that's why I think if we maybe discuss it fresh next month, not at the end of the day. So,
and a huge benefit, I think, is the ability now that the legislature passed to roll over your sick days.
yes.
Right, because before
That's right.
they were incentivized to use their sick days where they lost them.
Right.
You know, the tier
That's right.
2.
Do you have any more questions, Ms. Ziegler?
No, I have no question.
We right where red,
Wear red.
We're ready.
because it'll be dyslexia
Gentlemen,
month.
wear
We'll
red
be-
Please send me an email, I don't have a red
I'll
suit.
send you. I'll send you.
Without objection, we are adjourned.
Thank you, thank you.
Well,
Grab some M&Ms for the road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's something to keep-
M&M